Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight as we watch World Series Game 2 anyway. Philadelphia Phillies versus the Houston Astros. JT Realmuto hit a solo home run in the 10th inning last night anyway to win Game 1 for the Philadelphia Phillies. Very surprising as they were the heavy underdog coming into the series that they steal the first game in Houston. Now Dusty Baker, whether or not you believe he did a great job of managing the pitching staff in that game, results are the results, and the Phillies did enough to be able to get the job done. The Houston Astros got out to that nice lead early on in the game, but the Phillies were able to cut back into it by the 5th inning. Kind of stayed as a stalemate until they got into the 10th, of course, when that home run was hit by JT Realmuto. Game 2, anyway, should be a very good game for us today. It'll have Zach Wheeler going up against Framber Valdez. Zach Wheeler, so far this season anyway, had a 12-7 record, 2.82 ERA with 163 strikeouts. So far this postseason, he's 1-1 with an even better ERA at 1.78. Now, Rob Thompson, of course, is the interim manager for the Philadelphia Phillies. I'm safe to say that he's not going to be the interim manager. I'm not sure if they already extended his contract or not. They may have already done so. But in either event, he will be the manager going forward for the Phillies. And you can't really blame them. I mean, going from a team that fired their manager by the end of May, I believe, in Joe Girardi, how quickly this team turned around. I mean, it wasn't a great offensive team early on in the season, as we all thought this team was going to be with the signings of Nick Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber, both of which got off to horrible starts. Nick Castellanos never really got out of it. He said multiple times early on in the season he felt the weight of that big contract that he signed with Philadelphia. That wasn't the case the last contract that he signed with the Cincinnati Reds. We'll see now that he's made a good defensive play in Game 1 to kind of save it in the bottom of the 9th anyway. In Game 1 anyway, we'll see if the bat kind of comes to life here in Game 2. For Framber Valdez, 17-6 record on the season, almost identical ERA at a 2.82 earned run average. A little bit better strikeout rate at 194 strikeouts this season. This postseason has a 1-0 record with a 1.42 ERA with 15 strikeouts. Kind of see the difference there, 1 start versus 2. Wheeler, of course, is the horse for the Phillies. They brought him over from the Mets years ago, and he's been nothing short of fantastic. There's a lot of people out there that argued with me at the time that Zach Wheeler should indeed have been the Cy Young winner for the Philadelphia Phillies last year and not Corbin Burnes. I was in the camp that Corbin Burnes, while his length wasn't necessarily there, the quality was better. Well, this year, Zach Wheeler has the length and quality to be right up there with some of the best pitchers in the league. Not quite as good as last year anyway, but he's still the best pitcher right now on this Phillies team. So possibly they could steal both games against the Astros here in Houston. Lineups for you. So far, looks like it's going to be Kyle Schwarber leading off for the Philadelphia Phillies, followed by Rhys Hoskins in the 2-hole. JT Realmuto again in the 3 spot as catcher. Bryce Harper is hitting 4th. He's your designated hitter. Remember, he missed much of the season due to injury, so he is going to play DH quite a bit in this series. Nick Castellanos is going to be in right field, batting 5th. Alec Boehm is in 3rd base, hitting 6th. Gene Segura, 2nd base, 7th. Matt Vierling in center, hitting 8th. And Edmundo Sosa is your shortstop, hitting 9th. You remember they brought him over from the Cardinals as a mid-season trade. Moving on to the Houston Astros, Jose Altuve is yet again your leadoff hitter at 2nd base. He's been in that spot for pretty much the majority of Houston Astros' career, with the exception of the George Springer years. Jeremy Pena, the ALCS MVP, hits 2nd. He's your shortstop, took over for Carlos Correa this year, and has been nothing short of fantastic for the Houston Astros. Yordan Alvarez is your designated hitter, followed by Alex Bregman. Kyle Tucker is in right. Yuli Gurriel gets the start at 1st base. In left field anyway, Aledmus Diaz. Chas McCormick is in center, and Martin Maldonado does the catching again for you if you're the Houston Astros. A little bit surprising that they're not going to go with a more offensive approach anyway at catcher. I thought in the postseason we might see more of a more leaning towards the bat of Christian Vasquez anyway, but it seems like they're still going to stick with Maldonado. He's had a pretty decent postseason so far this year, a little bit better than his his regular season numbers anyway. So maybe that's what they're counting on. And remember, they sent down, trying to remember his name, Peters, I want to say, is the center fielder's name, and McCormick is going to be the center fielder for you in Game 2. But Kyle Tucker had a couple home runs in Game 1. But the biggest home run of the night, of course, was JT Realmuto in the 10th against the Astros that sealed Game 1 for the Phillies. Just looking at the numbers off of each one. Nobody's really hit off of the other one so far yet, anyway. None of the Astros have really faced Zach Wheeler. None of the Phillies have faced Valdez, so there's nothing really to kind of go off of. We'll see how that kind of bodes well for the pitchers, I believe. And as they try to be patient with these pitchers, try to understand what they want to do to them. Wheeler, I think, is going to have the veteran's advantage, I believe, in Game 2. But Valdez has that strikeout working for him so far this year. And this lineup does have the ability to strike out every now and again. The most patient hitter in this lineup is Kyle Schwarber. So we'll see if he remains the most patient hitter. Game 2 should be very good here. Looks like we're still waiting for most of the pregame festivities to kind of wrap up. Thought we'd start early today. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Upside. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Follow us here on YouTube, and you can follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. We cover the MLB, obviously, NFL. We also cover NHL and the NBA. Declan, I remember you. I just can't remember your team. I'm going to take a wild guess and say Phillies. Welcome in, Charles. Appreciate you coming back in. Wanted to at least do one, maybe two World Series games. We'll have to see if trade deadline kind of cooperates on Tuesday. Not sure if I'll be streaming an NFL game. I will be streaming the trade deadline on Tuesday. We'll start at about 8 a.m. Central, and we'll go to probably about 4:30, 5 o'clock on Tuesday anyway. That's what I was saying. If the trade deadline kind of cooperates and all the news kind of cooperates, I'll take a little bit of a break on Tuesday between 5 and 6 anyway, and try to catch Game 4 of this World Series anyway. Going to be a long day of live streaming on Tuesday, so make sure you join us. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Thank you guys for already joining us. Got 16 of you guys already with us. Appreciate you. And as I mentioned in our live stream we did the other night anyway, kind of a preview show for the trade deadline coming up for the NFL. We released a whole bunch of videos this week anyway, probably about 20 to 25 videos I think I put out this week. But if you guys want to catch up on any of those while we wait for the World Series to start, you're more than welcome to. Those are all going to be short videos. Try to do those to kind of keep you guys updated. Short little snippets of information that way you guys don't miss any of the big headlines that are out there. We'll be making a whole bunch of videos for you guys tomorrow in the morning, trying to decide if I want to do the London game tomorrow, because that would probably be the game I would do if I were to do a live. The reason why I would do that one is because it's got the most impact on the trade deadline. If the Broncos lose tomorrow, they could, A, fire their head coach Nathaniel Hackett before they even leave London and leave him on the tarmac there. It sounds like they may indeed be leaning that way if they lose. Russell Wilson apparently was working out on the flight for 4 straight hours over to London in the middle of the aisle on the flight. Okay. I would like to see some actual productive offense on the field, not necessarily, high knees in the aisles of your flight, but that's just me. Let your guys sleep on the flight and get their energy back. Don't be the nuisance in the aisle keeping everybody awake. They're chatting about Dusty Baker on the pregame coverage. We put out a video about him, how this is his third World Series, third bite at the apple. Remember, he lost last year to the Atlanta Braves. We'll see if he can rebound. He's, I believe, the second most winningest manager in Major League Baseball history without a World Series victory. Leads all active all managers in Major League Baseball. You guys have any questions about the game? If you have any questions about the trade deadline, feel free to ask. I put a video out about the Lakers being 0-3. They're now 0-5. I put another video out that said that it's time for a rebuild in LA. I think it's beyond past time, honestly. Told you guys last year that they should have rebuilt when they were not destined to make the postseason. Doesn't look like they're going to make it this year either. And the more and more they wait, the less and less value their trade pieces are going to have. Put some videos out about the NHL as well. A lot of good hockey the last couple of weeks anyway. Best time in sports is right now. You got the World Series in baseball. Hockey started early this year. Basketball started early this year. And of course, you're right in the middle of football season. Major League Baseball, I thought, made a great move, though, basically putting their World Series schedule not up against the NFL on Sunday, having that be the off day, and instead going against Monday Night Football. Try to keep more eyes on the game. There was a lot of talk about how there was not a U.S.-born black player on the roster for either team in this World Series. There are other black players on these rosters, don't get me wrong, but their concern was the growth of the game, what it means for black athletes in the United States, what it means for their interest in baseball, those kinds of things. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, in my opinion, just because there are so many other players in this game to root for. There's just the starter for this for the Houston Astros. Comes from an international league as well. There's a lot of international players that come into the sport of baseball. It's not just U.S.-born players nowadays. We're talking about an international draft possibly coming in the next couple of years. They were supposed to have hammered that out before the middle of the season anyway. They wanted to get it done during the lockout period, but they weren't able to get it done. We'll see if they ultimately get something worked out this offseason, but I think that's going to be ultimately where this thing goes, is an international draft. And I think the issues of U.S. born or international born, I think those issues kind of go out the window once we start instituting a international draft. They're asking the question, who has the edge right now, Wheeler or Valdez? Obviously, I already told you, Wheeler has the veteran experience, those kinds of things. Neither one has faced either team, or either batters in either team anyway. Valdez is more of a strikeout pitcher. Astros are going to play with a little bit more intensity. I think Philadelphia, though, is going to have to weather the early storm, the early energy of the Astros crowd. I think the more this game gets late into the innings, the more pressure the Astros could feel. But this team has played with, or has gone against adversity a lot this year. And they were comeback kings against the Yankees in Game 4 that allowed them to sweep that series. Not that they were feeling a whole bunch of pressure, but they came from behind. They have shown the ability to do so all year long. They've had the best starting rotation all year long. They've had the best bullpen all year long. The question was, would the lineup be able to hit enough? And so far, so good. But if I had to pick one team who had the better edge as far as the starter, give me Zach Wheeler. I just think that the veteran experience he has is really going to prove itself. Probably looking at a 3-2 game going into the bullpens as we get or later into the game. That's where I think Houston really has an advantage over Philadelphia's bullpen. Now, Philadelphia did beef it up at the trade deadline, bringing in a couple of different bullpen arms. However, I think Houston's bullpen is just that much better. The question is, did they use it too much yesterday? Who knows? Now, as far as lineup, I still think Philadelphia's lineup is just a little bit better. They have a little bit better top-end pieces. Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Nick Castellanos, Real Muto, Hoskins, Segura. I like all of those hitters. Bohm. For the Houston Astros side, I think their best hitters, probably pretty much at the top of their lineup, Altuve, Alvarez, and Bregman. Not sure if I can count on Pena, although he's had a great postseason run so far. Alvarez hasn't been the same ever since his injury mid-season. Tucker, of course, had the big Game 1. Welcome back, Cody. Appreciate you joining us again. But we'll get started here shortly as soon as the game gets going. Hopefully you guys had a good dinner. Got your snacks, your beers, your drinks, whatever you want to do. Should be a very entertaining game too. Probably take a quick step out here for probably about 5 minutes before the game. Then do another quick recap before they get to first pitch. Just want to get you guys started. Make sure all you guys can join us. Framber Valdez, of course, will be the pitcher for the Astros. He will throw the first pitch of Game 2 to Kyle Schwarber. This postseason, Schwarber has 3 home runs. Has a leadoff home run as well this postseason. But we'll be back here in just a few minutes for you guys, so don't go anywhere. Just going to get our refreshments all set up for you guys, and hopefully we have an enjoyable game too, but I'll be right back. Thank you guys. Welcome back. Just about to get underway anyway. Finally had all the anthems and everything. First pitch should be pretty soon anyway. Kyle Schwarber, of course, will be leading it off for the Phillies against Framber Valdez. Then it'll be Rhys Hoskins and JT Realmuto. 1, 2, 3 here in the top of the first for the Phillies. Astros, of course, need to get game 2 here. If they lose this, it's very difficult to see them winning the series. As good of a team as they are, as much of a favorite in this series as they are, giving the Phillies a 2-game lead and home field advantage the rest of the series, that's a lot to ask to overcome anyway in this series. So they have to win this one. Framber Valdez has to pitch well. If I'm a Astros fan, I'm hoping for at least 5 innings out of my starter. I really don't want to have to stretch out my bullpen even more so to kind of put myself behind the 8 ball even more going against the Phillies in Philadelphia on Monday and Tuesday. But Valdez has been good, so we'll got to put your eggs in that basket at this point. You just got to play your best game. It's the World Series. Nothing should be left in the tank at the end of the season. Phillies tossing the ball around on the field right now. So far, so good, though, for the Phillies. They've already done their job. Even if they lose this game, they've still gotten the job done for what they had hoped to do in Houston. Getting game 1, they wanted at least one of these 2 games to try to split, get back to Philadelphia with a chance to kind of get a real lead in this series anyway. But if they get both games here, Philadelphia, you might just start planning that parade. I'll put it that way. Showing some Astros that are failing to at the plate right now. Jose Altuve, 4 for his last 37. Alvarez, 3 for his last 28. Those 2 Astros have carried the team for most of this season. Altuve's carried the Astros for much of his career anyway. You remember back before the Astros had all their good young players come up in the minors when that team was still tanking. Altuve was the one guy who was still hitting like 340 with over 200 hits every single season. It's not quite that way anymore. Seems like he's fallen on tough times. Maybe with a veteran pitcher, he'll know exactly what he wants to do, but we'll see. Altuve was the hero years ago against the Yankees in the postseason. Again, has struggled this year, but he's done it before in the past. We'll see if he can shake off the rust and get out of the headspace he's been in, whatever it's causing him to go 4 for 37. Unheard of for a contact hitter like Altuve to go on that bad of a stretch. They show Wheeler loosening up in the bullpen out there. Taking his time. Everybody just finding their seats there in Houston. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you're just joining us for the first time, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Ruth Ann, appreciate you for subscribing. Appreciate that very much. Getting close to 700. We'll see if we can get there tonight. Showing Realmuto, the hero from Game 1. Just to kind of give you a rundown of what Game 1 actually looked like. It went to extras, and of course we mentioned the Realmuto home run. Robertson got the save in the 10th anyway. Dominguez got the win, and Garcia gave up that home run. Harper had a good Game 1, 2 for 4. Also worked a walk. We mentioned Tucker had a fantastic Game 1 with 3 for 5 for the Astros, 4 RBIs. He was the majority of the offense for Houston yesterday. Alvarez went 0 for 4. We'll see if they can get something done. Welcome in, Elizabeth. Appreciate you. Peru, all right. We've had a few international subscribers. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate you for joining us, Elizabeth. You watching the World Series down there? Or you don't get the game? Mancini got the start last night anyway He is not in the starting lineup, at least for now. Yuli Gurriel had a good game one as well, went 2 for 4. Also worked a walk. On the Phillies side of things, most of the hits were kind of spread out, so all right. Hoping the Astros win. I had a feeling you were kind of pulling for the Stros. Most of the international flair in this line or in this game is going to be on the Astros side of it. Phillies, of course, made a change in their lineup, going with Veerling instead of Marsh, going with Sosa instead of Stott. Those are your lineup changes anyway from game one. As I mentioned, tomorrow, football will be back. We'll make a whole bunch of short videos again for you guys. And then Tuesday, we're going to have quite the long live stream for you guys with the NFL trade deadline coming up on Tuesday. We will start at 8 a.m. Make sure we break down every single trade for you guys as it happens, what it means for your team, the other teams in the division, what this means for both teams that are selling, trying to tank, etc., and teams that are trying to go towards the Super Bowl. So there's not a lot of good Super Bowl quality teams in the NFC this year, but a lot of teams that are circling around the periphery. If they make the right move, maybe you can consider them a Super Bowl favorite on the NFC side of the equation. So that's kind of what we have to look forward to. For the AFC side, it's pretty much locked up. I pretty much believe that Buffalo's going to be right there. Kansas City's going to be right there. Outside of that, there's some really good teams, but I'm not sure any of them are really Super Bowl bound. We'll see if they make any moves to change my opinion on those things. But as of right now, my money's on Buffalo or the Chiefs to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. On the NFC side, I just don't trust Philadelphia yet. They haven't faced any adversity. The only adversity they had was in their final game before their bye week against the Dallas Cowboys, and they weren't able to stop the pass rush of Micah Parsons. And with Cooper Rush finally not throwing interceptions, they weren't able to stop the Dallas Cowboys offense either. So we'll see if Philadelphia makes another move. Sounds like they're actually talking about a first-round pick being sent to the New Orleans Saints for Alvin Kamara. Well, you guys, if you want to pay attention to my trade deadline show, if that ends up happening, yeah, it's safe to say I'll have a little bit to say about that one. But the Cowboys are supposedly thinking about the possibility of bringing in Odell Beckham Jr. All along, I thought he was pretty much a lock to go to either the Rams or the Bills, but seems like the Cowboys are at least dipping their toe in the market just to see what happens. I would say getting another receiver, making this offense a lot more dynamic, would be exactly what the doctor ordered. Very defense-heavy team. Getting some juice on the offensive side would be a very good thing for them. Opening monologue now for the World Series just beginning. Big moment for Houston. As much as they've dominated the American League over the last 6-7 years, ever since they had that big early run in the playoffs, probably in 2016, 2017, I can't remember which anyway, when they first started having all their playoff success, but right around that era. But for 6 straight years, they made the ALCS. This is their, I think they've captured, what, 1 World Series out of this run? Maybe, or is it 2? I can't remember. But they need to put another one on their finger. Dusty really needs this one. Otherwise, we really look at him and say, hey, you're the guy who can't win the big one. Do I think that's fair to Dusty? No, but it's just what it is. He hasn't gotten a World Series. Great manager, but it needs to happen this year. Not saying it can't, but it's time to get it done. Valdez is taking the mound, getting his warm-up tosses in. Looks like we're just about set for Game 2. For those of you who are just joining us, make sure you subscribe, like the video, tell us where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and don't be afraid to join the chat anytime. Going over the batting order, we already went over that with you guys. Again, Schwarber, of course, leading off. Should be any second now when we have first pitch here. What's y'all's picks? Who do you think takes game 2 here? Phillies or Astros? Schwarber digging into the box. And here we go. First pitch, strike on the inside corner. 0-1 to Kyle Schwarber. I think the Astros find a way to get it done. I don't think they drop both games here at home. I do think Wheeler will be the better starter of the two, but I think the late innings, the Astros will probably come out ahead. That one just off the inside corner. Schwarber able to hold off, and it's 1-1. The set and the pitch. Down low, 2-1. Schwarber is very patient. He's the one big patient hitter in this lineup. Got to get that starter to really throw some pitches, let their other hitters see where he's delivering the ball, what he's trying to do to the hitter. Pretty good for a leadoff hitter. Now, the average is not what you'd like, but the on-base percentage is sky high because he is so patient. And the power at that leadoff spot is not a bad thing to have either. Falling behind 3-1 now as that one misses badly. Rhys Hoskins on deck. Schwarber taps it up the middle. The shift is on right over second base. Flipped on to first. Schwarber hustling, but Pena easily throws him out. Again, the shift will not be a thing next year for those of you who are at last saying, thank you, they got rid of the shift. Yeah, I am right there with you. I'm sick of seeing the shift. I want to see the ball in play. I want to see runners moving, those kinds of things. Should the hitters have been able to make the adjustments? Yes, but in this day and age, they're paid to hit the ball out of the ballpark. And so we want to see some action on the field. So maybe this is just the way of, think of it like the NBA. You can't have all 5 guys in the lane just camping there all game long. I mean, it wouldn't be a great defensive strategy anyway, giving up wide open threes, but it's an illegal defense penalty, technical foul in the NBA. No different here in Major League Baseball. That one finds the zone. 0-1. Good first pitch strike there. Valdez is more of a strikeout pitcher, so we'll see if he finds the zone a little bit here. Got to think if he starts missing the zone, we could see a quick hook for Valdez if he starts walking a bunch of hitters. The 0-1. Kind of a check swing on that one. Kind of tapped by Hoskins, but foul. 0-2. Or excuse me, 1-2. That one misses low. 2-2. Down in the dirt. Valdez trying to keep his emotions in check, but you can do that a little bit too much. I think if you get in your head too much about trying to keep yourself calm, you can start to cause yourself to miss location. You just need to throw the ball. You've done it all year long. Just throw your pitches. The lefty delivers. Another off-speed pitch, tapped foul. And we'll do it all over again. Allen misses up and away, and it's 3-2. Again, Valdez struggling with location. The 3-2 pitch off the inside corner, and that's ball 4 again. 2 straight walks. Don't pay attention to the game day. They have Valdez as 1 out so far. We have not seen an out yet. I believe, anyway, unless I missed it. Appreciate you guys joining us here. Another first pitch strike by Valdez. We'll see if he can actually avoid the walk this time. Back-to-back walks. My bad. First walk, anyway. For some reason, I thought Schwarber walked. My bad. Swung on and missed. Way out in front is Real Muto. Looks like he's working a lot with his off-speed stuff here in first. Maybe he's just trying to locate those pitches. Working backwards instead of setting his fastball up and then going with the off-speed. Runner on first, 1 away. Tapped foul down the third base line. Remains 0-2. Again, Houston down 1-0 in the series. They really need to get something done. They cannot go to Philadelphia down 2-0. Otherwise, this series is probably over for them. Real Muto hitting .276 this year. Had 22 home runs. That one misses, and it's 1-2. Did miss by too much there, though. Trying to entice the swing on that one. Very high with that one. It's now 2-2. Yet again, some command issues right now for Valdez. Starting to wonder how much of this location issues he's having is becoming a bigger and bigger problem, or if it's just him trying to locate an off-speed pitch here or there. That one entices the swing there. Swung on and missed. Second out of the inning. First strikeout of the game for Valdez. As we mentioned, he's a strikeout pitcher, so we should see a fair number of strikeouts from both pitchers in this game. Zach Wheeler, not a slouch in that category as well. Bryce Harper will be next. He's had a huge postseason so far. Phillies very happy to have him back and healthy in their lineup. This is a very different team with Bryce Harper in that lineup, as you might expect. Kind of right around 500, maybe a little bit below that without Harper. With Harper in the lineup, they're a clear advantage, offensively anyway. Allen called a strike right on the outside corner, 1-1. I saw James, you joined us earlier. You said your World Series MVP pick, if the Astros win, was going to be um, Tucker, I believe. Phillies, you said it was going to be Schwarber. I think if the Phillies do win the series, Schwarber should be right up there in consideration, but it's going to be hard to beat Bryce Harper. Real Muto with the heroics in Game 1 will also be hard to beat. For the Astros, though, I think they're going to have to get something out of Altuve. They're going to have to get something out of Bregman. Alvarez can't go 0 in this one. They're going to have to shake out the cobwebs on some of their best hitters in this lineup. Can't exactly go dead in the lineup at the worst possible time right here. Both in the ALCS, they went kind of empty anyway, and now so far in Game 1. The 1-2 pitch to Harper. Hit high, left field. Diaz is over, I believe. Is that Diaz or Tucker? I think it's Diaz. Makes the catch. In either event, anyway. That's the third out of the inning. Astros coming up. Zach Wheeler to take the mound. Altuve, Pena, and Alvarez set for the Astros. Just to kind of give you an idea of what Altuve's been doing. How often have you heard of Jose Altuve hitting 108 for any stretch of time? Don't care how small a sample size. Pena, of course, having a monster rookie year. Hitting 289 so far this postseason. Alvarez, the designated hitter, hitting 212. Bregman's had a nice start to his postseason, hitting 324. Again, the postseason was expanded this year, allowing in an extra spot for both leagues. Waiting for the commercial break to end. See if the Astros can get off to a little bit better start. Had a good start yesterday, but weren't able to hold off the Phillies as they came from behind. Tied it up in the 5th before finally taking the lead in the 10th anyway. Looks like we're getting back from commercial break. Wheeler is taking the mound. Again, it'll be Altuve, Pena, Alvarez, Bregman, Tucker, Gurriel, Diaz, McCormick, and Maldonado for the Astros against Zach Wheeler. Altuve comes to the plate. And here we go in the bottom of the first. Wheeler's gone 6 innings in every single start so far this postseason, only giving up a maximum of 3 earned runs in a start against Atlanta. Started 2 games against the Padres in the NLCS. 7 innings, no earned. 6 innings, 2 earned. He's been nothing but dominant so far this postseason. Altuve hit 300 this year with 28 home runs, but again, 4 for his last 37 this postseason. First pitch, hard hit into left. This one goes all the way to the corner. He will have a double here as he goes in there with a slide. Nice job. Nice piece of hitting there. Not waiting for his pitch, or not waiting and trying to take advantage of something. Just right out of the gate, sees something he likes and nails it. Nice piece of hitting for Jose Altuve. And the Astros are off on a solid jump here. It wasn't a horrible pitch by Wheeler either. It wasn't exactly over the middle of the plate, but it didn't get quite enough far outside to avoid the barrel. And Altuve runs well. Easily makes it into second. Maybe that'll give him a little bit of a jump there. Wheeler already facing some adversity here in the first. Pena digs in, twirling the bat around for some reason, like Gary Sheffield. Now takes a more traditional stance in there. Hey, it's the World Series. Everybody wants to do something. You can already see there's something happening. Trying to wait for the TV to catch up. First pitch here to Pena. Rips it down the line all the way into the corner. Altuve will score easily as he jogs around third base. Bounces around in the corner. Pena will have a stand-up double. Will he go for 3? No. He stops at second. Back-to-back doubles. 2 pitches, 2 doubles for the Astros. Don't exactly want to burn a mound visit here, but 2 pitches in. But that's a heck of a start here for the Astros. They must have found something on the scouting report for the Phillies. And Zach Wheeler. First pitch strikes, etc. That one was right down the middle of the plate. A little bit of a hanger. Nice effort there by Bohm, but he wasn't able to get close to it. Pena absolutely hammered that one right down the line. And the Astros have the early 1-0 lead. Yordan Alvarez, the other Astro who struggled mightily so far this postseason, struggled mightily ever since his injury back in August anyway. Early August, late July anyway. First pitch swinging here. Fouls it off. Got a healthy cut. Didn't miss it by too much, though. And it'll be 0-1. Wheeler breathes a sigh of relief, not giving up yet another double. This one's hit hard. To left field again, high. Off the wall, unable to make the catch of Schwarber as the center fielder Veerling comes in to make the play. Flips it into the infield, and Pena easily scores. Had to hold up as he waited for Schwarber as he tried to attempt to make the catch there. Alvarez gets into second. Another double. Back-to-back doubles here in the top of the first for the Astros, and it's 2-0. Now you might have to wonder if you're going to make a pitch, or at least a mound visit here. I mean, he is your ace. I thought Wheeler would have the better advantage than Valdez anyway, but the Astros are just jumping all over any type of mistake right now for Wheeler. That one missed a little bit up and away. I believe the spot he was really trying to throw that ball. Schwarber missed making the catch on that by about 2-3 feet as he tried to leap at the wall at that one. That one just off the outside corner, swung on and missed by Bregman. 91-mile-an-hour slider. Wheeler trying to get his bearings again after having back-to-back doubles here to lead off the top of the first. Astros coming out like barn burners. That one misses well inside. Looks like Wheeler's now going with an opposite approach, trying to throw the ball outside of the zone to take advantage of the aggressive Houston hitters. 1-1 account. The count here to Bregman. Hitting .324 this postseason with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs. This one, hard smash to shortstop. Sosa flips on to first, and he is easily retired. Alvarez staying put at second base. First out recorded there by Zach Wheeler here in the World Series. Got to think Mets fans would love to have had him this past year. As good a pitching as they had, they weren't able to get out of the first round, the wild card round against the Padres. Did not get a good start from Max Scherzer in Game 1 of their series. Just imagine if they had Zach Wheeler this year as a chance, or as somebody to turn to in Game 3. As good as Chris Bassett was this year, Zach Wheeler was just a little bit better. Now Tucker digs in, was the hero anyway for the Astros up until about the 5th inning when the Phillies came back and tied it. That one misses up and in, ball 1. I think I would agree with you, James. If this series is going to go the Astros' way, Tucker's going to have to play a big role driving in runs here. Altuve's going to have to get on base. And Pena can't go into a slump here. But so far, so good for the Astros. 2-0 here. This one's lifted up and away. Again, the Astros hitters being very aggressive here with Zach Wheeler. That one wasn't necessarily a strike. Lifted foul by Tucker. Must be something in their game plan today, is just to go out there and ambush the strike zone. Some teams do it effectively. Astros doing it very well so far. Again, back-to-back triples anyway here in the top of the first, really getting things going. As they speak with Altuve anyway. Wheeler is set, and the pitch up and in, ball two. 2-1 now the count to Kyle Tucker. Kyle's brother played for the Astros before he made it to the team. Astros investing heavily in the Tucker family. Kyle, by far the more superior prospect. That one misses up north of the zone anyway, and it's 3-1. Astros hitters, or at least Tucker here, being patient, waiting this time. Changing up their strategy. Dusty watches on from the top step. A lot of people pulling for him to finally get that World Series ring anyway. Great baseball guy. Tucker just misses that one, pops it up into center field. Easy play here for Vierling. Alvarez, though, breaks for third, and the ball gets away. Backed up, though, by Zach Wheeler, though. Nice play there. Alvarez safely into third. A little bit of a chance there. Not sure I would have sent Alvarez. He is a little bit of a slower runner, but is able to get to third base on the play. Good job by Wheeler backing that up. Otherwise, Alvarez is sent around as that one easily gets into the dugout. Yuli Gurriel up next. He can be patient at times anyway. Takes strike one on the outside corner. 91-mile-an-hour slider again. Looks like Wheeler switched up and going with sliders here to lead off at bats anyway, after getting hit hard with the first three hitters. Thank you guys for joining us here. Wheeler set, and the pitch to Gurriel. Little tapper to short. Sosa gathers, flips on to first, and unable to dig it out is Hoskins. A poor throw there by Sosa allows Alvarez to score on the error by Sosa. Hoskins honestly should have been able to dig that out. Honestly, I think if he reaches out a little bit more, it avoids hitting the dirt. But a tough play either way at first. Sosa just needs to make a better play. He's in there for more of for the defensive purposes, that kind of a thing, and just not able to get the job done. That one bounced in the dirt, hit the heel of the glove for Hoskins. And Gurriel is safe there at first base. 3-0 now. Mound visit here for the Phillies. Try to calm down Zach Wheeler. Say, hey, let's gather things in. We're okay. Blah, blah, blah. Fox's scorekeeper just having a difficult time right now. Can't decide if that's 3 runs or 4 runs for the Astros. It's 3-0, just in case you're trying to keep score at home. All 3 hitters who hit the doubles to lead off the game for the Astros all scored. And the decision to send Alvarez to third base pays off. If he's at second base on that one, he is not scoring on that play on the error there by Sosa. Wheeler misses low and in, ball 1 to Diaz. Nice job by the Astros here, trying to hit around here in the first inning. They're up to their 7th hitter of the inning so far. Wheeler is up to 15 pitches, As I mentioned, they're ambushing the pitches, not letting the count get very deep so far. Diaz only hitting .067 this postseason. That one off the outside corner, ball 2. For right now, they're calling it an earned run, at least on game day, as you can see. I'm not sure if that's necessarily the case here. I'm pretty sure I would have called that one an error. Two and one now the count. Wheeler sets. Flips over to first. Gurriel easily back there with a half step back. Again, Houston got out to a nice lead their last game anyway. We'll see if they can hold on to it this time. Wheeler's pitch. Lifted foul. And it's now 2-2. Diaz making good contact on that one, but unable to keep it fair. The 2-2 pitch. And Wheeler gets his first strikeout of the game. Nice piece of pitching there by Wheeler, working around the 3 doubles to lead off the game for the Astros. 3-0 Astros at the end of 1. Phillies will have Castellanos, Bohm, and Gene Segura due up. Fernandez Valdez staked with a 3-run lead. That pretty much would be church in the regular season, but again, this is the World Series. It's a whole different ballgame, pressure. And the Phillies played well last night coming from behind. Gave the Astros a good lead early in the game. And were able to come back and tie it at 5 again in the 5th inning. Played it all square until the 10th when Realmuto hit that go-ahead home run. And that's how we are with the Phillies at 1-0 lead over the Astros. So far, if you're Dusty Baker's squad, you got to love what you've done so far. Valdez wasn't exactly crisp in his first inning of work. Missed a lot of location anyway, trying to work off speed anyway, working backwards to hitters. We'll see if he speeds them up a little bit now in the second, or if he sticks with more of that off-speed stuff. He was missing location quite a bit with most of those pitches, but was still able to get through the first unscathed. Did give up a walk in the first inning, though. Different strategy anyway on the other side of the ball. Wheeler likes to attack the strike zone with fastballs early. We saw Wheeler adjust after he gave up the back-to-back-to-back leadoff doubles in the first anyway, working more with off-speed, trying to get some swings and misses. Struggled with command on a couple of his off-speed pitches as well, but was able to lock it down. What I believe was an error on Sosa allowed the 3rd run to score, and that's kind of where we're at. 3-0 so far through 1. As I mentioned, Castellanos made a game-saving play last night in the 9th inning against the Astros. We'll see if his bat kind of comes around a little bit, hitting .217 so far this postseason. He was probably one of my favorite free agent targets anyway last year. As many of you guys know, I'm a Rangers fan, so I was really hoping we would get an outfielder. He was the pick I wanted to have on the Rangers squad. Thought the contract that he signed with Philadelphia was a fairly cheap contract for the production he has been given over the last couple of years. He's been by far the best, not one of the best hitter in all of baseball prior to signing that contract. Obviously not the same this year. As I mentioned before, he had mentioned multiple times to media outlets that the contract was kind of weighing on him, was causing him to press, etc. And he still looks like he's pressing a little bit, but I think the World Series run this year and then an off season to kind of let all that pressure out, breathe a little bit. He should be back to the old Nick Castellanos next year. So for those of you Phillies fans who are excited about the shortstop market this offseason, I put out a video earlier detailing Xander Bogaerts possibly being one of their targets, Trey Turner as well, kind of 1A, 1B targets for them. Nick Castellanos kind of could be treated as an offseason acquisition for you as well, considering he didn't play well for you guys this year. This year he hit .263 with 13 home runs, a far cry from what he's been over the last few years, ever since his trade from Detroit to Chicago, and then subsequently playing with the Cincinnati Reds the last couple of years. Quickly falls behind 0-2 and fouls that one off to remain alive here. Valdez just peppering the zone with strikes after getting that early lead. Exactly what you want to do, exactly what you want to see out of your starter if you're Dusty Baker. Don't give up walks, don't give up free base runners. Force them to beat you by putting the ball in play. They do have a pretty good defensive unit behind them as well, so you should be able to trust them fairly easily. Fouls that one off, and we remain 0-2. Unable to make contact on that off-speed pitch, and that's a strikeout. Castellanos goes down swinging. That's the second strikeout of the game so far for Valdez. Drops his postseason ERA down to 1.32. Bohm digs in right now. Hitting 190 this postseason, no homers. During the regular season, had 280 average with 13 home runs. Takes a sinker anyway on the outside corner, just off the outside corner, ball one. Missed it by about 2 or 3 inches there. As I mentioned, we'll have a live stream for you guys on Tuesday with the NFL trade deadline, and we will try to do Game 4 depending on how things go with the trade deadline coverage on Tuesday. So make sure you subscribe, follow us, and don't miss out on any of the action. Have some fun with us. Trade deadline coverage is probably one of my favorite things to do. Winter meetings as well for baseball, so I already requested off for winter meetings for around the first week of December anyway, so make sure you guys tune in to our live streams for those days as well. Aaron Judge, of course, the big free agent, deleted everything off of his Twitter that said Yankees anyway, so he is officially considering himself a free agent, letting every team know he is available. The Dodgers actually dipped their toe in the market so far. They're going to have to worry about Trey Turner possibly leaving. Sounds like they're also thinking about bringing in Carlos Correa. So the Dodgers are going to be big game hunting anyway this offseason, yet again. So if you're a Dodgers fan, rich get richer. They have to reinvest, especially with their minor leagues taking a hit over the last several years. A lot of graduations to the major leagues. Just traded Brandon Cooks for Darren Waller. Thoughts? Depends on your roster. Waller has the ability to be kind of the mid-tier tight end. I don't think he's ever going to be a top-tier fantasy tight end like we once thought he might be. But Brandon Cooks depends on if he gets traded anywhere. Depends on where he gets traded this over the next couple of days. I think he will be traded. If he goes to a team in New York, say the Jets or the Giants, he becomes the number 1, and I think that's a fantastic option for you. If he goes to a team like, say, the Chiefs, the Rams, or the Packers, I wouldn't be so sure if that's a great thing for you. Valdez loading the count here, and that one misses. Another walk here for Valdez. Pepper the strike zone with strikes. That's all Dusty Baker wants to see, especially when you're staked with a 3-run lead. Unable to find the zone, though. Nice work by Alec Bohm, forcing Valdez to work. Thank you guys for subscribing. Saw another one of you guys subscribed. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so you traded Brandon Cooks. 'Cooks' for Darren Waller. Okay. Um, Depends on what your tight end was. I mean, if you have somebody like Travis Kelsey, obviously you're not making that move anyway. But I'm guessing you had somebody like a bust like Kyle Pitts, or you had somebody in middle of the road like Dallas Goedert, etc. So all in all, I'd say it's probably a B. Depends on who your wide receivers are. I mean, if you had Jamar Chase, he's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks, that kind of thing. So maybe, I don't know what your wide receiver depth looked like, though. Higbee, I think you would still start Higbee over Waller, at least for now. The target share that he has in that offense right now is still going to be sky high. Now, after they bring in, a wide receiver or a tight end or a running back here at the deadline, then I think we're going to be calling or talking about something different. 3-pitch strikeout here to Segura. Valdez has his third strikeout of the game after giving that walk to Alec Boehm. Nice way to rebound. Tyreek, yes. Lamb and Higgins, very good. And you have Keenan Allen. Yeah, your wide receivers are loaded. I don't think you have any bye week issues either, though. I think you're all right. Keenan Allen is the only worry with injury. Lamb, of course, if he can get on the same page with Dak and become more of a consistent yardage and red zone target. He's getting plenty of targets. He's going to have plenty of catches, but yardage and touchdowns are the worry there. Higgins is going to be massive. If you thought he was already a good edge or borderline, tier 1 start or tier 1 wide receiver before the Jamar Chase injury, he is definitely in that class now. Big upgrade for Tyler Boyd over the next few weeks. So if he's on the waiver wire, pick him up. He actually was available in I think like 5 leagues of the 22 I'm in right now. I picked him up in all of those leagues. The 0-1. Tap to second. Altuve handles it himself. Tap second base, and Boehm is out on the force. Through 1.5. All Astros so far, 3-0. Wheeler will be coming out for his second inning of work. McCormick, Maldonado, and Altuve will be the hitters for the Astros. How many leagues you play in, Jack? I'm also curious if that's your actual name or if you're just a fan of the hockey player Jack Johnson. Or if you are Jack Johnson, the hockey player. Fantasy football also has their trade deadline coming up. So if you have questions about your team, questions about who you want to see, which players you're worried about having an impact over the next several weeks, shoot me a message, see what we can come up with. Looks like we're about to get out of commercial break here. Again, back-to-back doubles to lead off the game for the Astros. Resulted in a 3-0 lead. Looks like they did give the Phillies an error for that play. Sosa's throw over to first base. So it is 2 earned runs anyway for the Astros. Not 3. I know a lot of you guys who subscribed to me during the trade deadline coverage we did for baseball earlier this year were a lot of Philly fans. Hope you guys have enjoyed the run all the way to the World Series. I did not have you guys winning your first round matchup, but here you are all the way to the World Series, primarily on the backs of those two starters, Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler. Your offense finally came to life here in the postseason. Bryce Harper healthy. What an impact he's made. McCormick takes that one strike, and it's 1-1 here. Wheeler working quickly here to McCormick. The 1-1 lifted foul behind home plate. 1-2. It's now gone full to McCormick. Nice piece of work here, making Wheeler work a little bit. That one missed well outside. Maldonado waits on deck, and then it will be Altuve. Lifted foul. It'll remain full. Wheeler up to 25 pitches so far. That one misses outside. Nice eye there by McCormick. He's done well so far this postseason. Had the big hit in the ALCS against the Yanks. Now Maldonado comes up with a runner on first with some speed. We'll see if they get something going here with McCormick at first base. Nice piece of work there getting a walk here as the 8-hole hitter against the ace of the Phillies staff in Zach Wheeler. Maldonado digs in. Takes a strike there, 0-1. Wheeler starting to slow down a little bit with some speed on first base right now. A lot of good college football today, but World Series is where it's at tonight. Definitely wanted to get with you guys for one more baseball game at the very least before the end of the season. If this is the final game we end up doing together this season anyway. Had a lot of fun with you guys, covering a lot of baseball, especially early on in the season. But we will be covering quite a bit of basketball, hockey, and football over the next few months anyway. Bringing you some live games of all three sports. As I mentioned, we'll still try to do Game 4 for you guys on Tuesday night anyway, after our live coverage of the NFL trade deadline. Maldonado behind 0-2 right now. As I mentioned, he's had a little bit better jump here in the postseason. During the regular season, hit 186 anyway. So far this postseason, hitting 235. However, it looks bad swinging at that pitch in the dirt and the other batter box, and is the first out of the inning. 0 for 1 today so far. Now remember, Altuve ambushed the first pitch of the game back in the first inning. All the way to the wall anyway. Or right in front of the wall with Schwarber. With an easy double with a nice slide in there. See if it's the same thing here, if he tries to attack the pitch in the strike zone first, or if Wheeler works backward this time, trying to nibble at the edges. First pitch. Again, hit hard, but hit up in the air. Easy play here. Segura calling for it and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. I think Wheeler missed his spot on that one. I think he was trying to throw a strike there. I don't think he wanted to get it quite that high, but still able to get the job done. Missed his spot effectively up, and Altuve unable to get square enough with it. Ooh, looking at that pitch again, that was right in the wheelhouse for Altuve. He missed it right there. That could have been 5-0 Houston on that one. Wheeler avoiding some damage there. Jeremy Pena digging in, as you guys remember, again hit a leadoff or hit a double anyway to score Altuve back in the first. Misses well outside there, and it's 1-0. He does struggle to handle the pitch on the inside corner, so we'll see if Wheeler goes there. That's exactly where he goes. And a little soft liner anyway to Sosa. Unable to get it over the shortstop's head. And that's the third out of the inning. Astros are retired. Leadoff walk does not come around to score against Zach Wheeler. At the end of 2, it's 3-0 Astros. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Astros. No runs, no hits, 1 error for the Phillies. Astros holding serve so far today. They have to have game 2. As I mentioned, if they lose this one, it can pretty much write this series complete. I mean, you can shut the door. You may even bring out the broomsticks, that kind of thing, just because of how demoralizing it would be to be the heavy favorite, lose both games at home, and then having to go back across the country to Philadelphia. That would be a tall task for any team. But so far, so good for Houston. Dusty Baker has to be pleased with what he's seen on both sides of the ball so far. Valdez struggling to find command, but still been very effective, not allowing anybody to get past second base. On the other side of it, hitters ambushing the ball early in the first allowed them to get those 3 straight doubles to get this game started. Just kind of give you guys an idea where everybody's at. Wheeler's at 32 pitches through 2 innings anyway. We'll check on Valdez's numbers here in just a second. Phillies will have Sosa, Schwarber, and Hoskins in the third. 9, 1, and 2 in the order. And it's official. The Lakers are officially the final winless team in the NBA as the Kings finally got their first victory. Rookie Keegan Murray had 22 points. Looks like the new additions for the Kings having the impact in that one. Kevin Huerter, who came over from the Atlanta Hawks. After the Hawks made the deal to bring in DeJounte Murray from the San Antonio Spurs for 3 first-round picks. Remember, here at The Upside, we cover all 4 major sports, the MLB, NFL, NBA, and the NHL. So if you guys want to subscribe, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button here on YouTube, follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Never miss out on any of the major headlines from all 4 major sports. As I mentioned, we put about 20 videos out this week, give or take, right around that number anyway. Gained quite a few of you guys, trying to reach 700 by the end of this live. We'll see if we can get there. So if you haven't hit that like and subscribe already, please do so. Thank you very much. Helps us very much. And eventually, hopefully, we'll get to do this thing full time for you guys. Sosa digging in. Remember, he came in as a replacement in last night's game for Alec Boehm anyway and played third base. Takes a strike there, and it's 1-1 to Sosa. Hit 315 during the year, had a couple of home runs. So far this postseason is hitting 500. Does not get very many opportunities in the field, though. So that's why you see the 500 batting average this postseason. Don't let that fool you. He's only had a couple of at-bats. Taps that one foul, and it's 1-2. Valdez starting to work a little bit quicker. Steps off. Never mind. Just said he started to work a little bit quicker, and then right as I say that, he steps off the mound. Go figure. Next weekend with the MLB season over, Game 7, I believe, tentatively, it would be scheduled, I believe, for Saturday, Friday, Saturday, somewhere around there. After the season is finally over, though, we will have a MLB off-season preview show for you guys, so make sure you guys join us for that as well. We'll cover quite a bit of the off-season rumor mill out there. The Aaron Judge, rumors, where could he go, etc. The Ohtani trade possibilities, the starting pitcher market, what's going on with the Mets. The Mets have a ton of questions to answer this offseason. A lot more than I thought they might actually have to answer. When I went down and looked at all the different free agents at key spots that they have, they got some questions they need to give their fans some answers as to where they want to go. Cohen is the owner of the franchise, but he's going to have to shell out some major dollars just to keep the roster they had intact already. Swung on and missed there by Sosa, and he's the first out of the inning. Another strikeout. 2 1/3 innings so far for Valdez. 4 strikeouts. Told you guys he was a strikeout pitcher, and well, he's been nothing but a strikeout pitcher so far today. 7 outs so far today, 4 of them by strikeout. Schwarber digging in, swung on and missed for strike 1. Nice off-speed pitch there by Valdez. He has worked backwards a lot so far early in this game. Got to wonder if, as we get into later innings, if he tries to speed him up a little bit with the fastball. Another off-speed pitch is dropped in there, right at the bottom of the zone. 0-2. Schwarber, again, the most patient hitter in this lineup, willing to go to 0-2 and try to hit from behind. You remember his up-and-coming prospect status, the Chicago Cubs, was a very patient hitter back then. Was thought of as a future MVP at one time, just because of how good he was at the plate. Obviously not quite the same hitter everybody thought he was going to turn out to be, but still a very, very productive hitter. Hit 46 home runs this year. Good for best in the NL. Of course, Aaron Judge, best in the majors at 62, breaking Roger Maris's 61 for the American League all-time record. Tapped foul there, and it remains 1-2. Schwarber hit 218 on the year, hitting 200 so far this postseason. He has been able to get on base, though, at pretty good clip. And that's what the Phillies like to have him at the top of their lineup for. His good eye allows the other hitters behind him, more of the power hitters, to be able to see pitches from the opposing pitcher, get a better read for what they're trying to do, arm angle and all those kinds of things. Lefty on lefty here. That one misses low and away, and it's full 3-2. Kind of bounced in the dirt there. Schwarber again working the count. Forcing him to come into the zone. We'll see what happens. Up and in, and what looked like to be a ball four. Schwarber hits it down the line, but Tucker is there and is going to cut it off. A nice big turn there by Schwarber. Throw comes back into first anyway, but he's easily back in there. Schwarber is aboard. One away here in the top of the third. Hoskins, who worked a walk back in the first inning anyway, digs in, hitting 184 this postseason. Just kind of watching the game so far to see which teams really have them the advantage. So far, Houston's performed very well, been able to ambush Zach Wheeler anyway early on. Wheeler tried to play a little bit of a guessing game after that. Should he go right after the hitter? Should he nibble at the corner? That kind of thing. Seems to have settled down. Valdez, again, working off speed, those kinds of things. I wonder if he's just trying to set up the fireballers in the bullpen or if he's going to himself try to get 3 times through the lineup or not. Called strike here on Valdez, or excuse me, on Hoskins from Valdez. Swung on and missed there, and it's quickly 0-2. Valdez's ERA dropping to 1.23 this postseason. If you're a Houston Astros fans, this is exactly the script you want to see right now. Offense comes to life early. Valdez shuts it down from there. Nice pitch there by Valdez. Another strikeout. That's his 5th strikeout of the day. Kind of bounced in there, but Hoskins unable to lay off. 2 2/3 so far for Valdez. 5 strikeouts. 5 of 8 outs so far have all been via strikeout. It'll be Real Muto next. Last night's savior for the Phillies. Let's see if he can get them off the schneid. Off-speed pitch right down the middle. Real Muto makes some contact on this one, and little tapper to third. Bregman is there, charges it, makes a nice strong throw over to first, and retires Real Muto on 1 pitch. Valdez up to 55 pitches so far in the game through 3 innings. Probably get about 6 innings out of him if I had to guess. It'll be Alvarez, Bregman, and Tucker due up for the Astros in the bottom half of the third. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Astros. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Phillies. Astros taking care of business so far, following their script. While we wait for the game to get back underway, just want to kind of go over some of the other news from around the NFL anyway, since we're going to have the trade deadline coming up. We touched on the Breece Hall injury with one of our videos today, talked a little bit about the James Robinson trade to kind of fill those shoes. Talked a little bit about the Kadarius Toney trade to the Kansas City Chiefs from the New York Giants. The Giants got some good value, especially considering he was a first-round pick a year and a half ago. I mean, they weren't going to get a first-round pick back in return, and they weren't going to get like a 7th in return either. He did show some promise in the game against the Dallas Cowboys last year, but since then, really hasn't shown much ability at all, and that's mainly because he hasn't been on the field very much because of the issues he had with the coaching staff there and Brian Daboll, and so we'll see if he recaptures some of that potential there with the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes is very excited about it, so we'll see what happens. Other news that we need to pay attention to, news out of New Orleans, is that they may be trading Alvin Kamara to the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, the Eagles don't have a very good rushing attack beyond Jalen Hurts. I don't know if Kamara is the right move either, because Kamara's been on the downturn for at least the last year and a half as far as I've been watching him play. He also has a pending suspension next year where he may be suspended anywhere from 4 games to an entire season, be placed on the commissioner's indefinite suspension list next year. But Kamara's going to miss some time next year based on his, or because of his assault anyway during the Pro Bowl anyway last offseason. But that's the interesting news right now, is that the Eagles are looking at Alvin Kamara. The Saints are said to want a first-round pick. If the Saints get a first-round pick for Alvin Kamara, I'm sorry, Eagles fans, even though you may think you're going to the Super Bowl, that this is your, hey, this is the, coup de grace, cherry on top, blah, 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 whatever you want to call it, giving up a first round pick for any running back at this point right now, not exactly the greatest move because you can get running back so late in the draft, let alone for one that's aging, coming, or is going to be going on suspension next year. I understand you want to push all your chips to the middle this year, but you do have an extra draft pick next year. You have the ability to possibly trade up for a quarterback if Hurts didn't work out. Looks like Hurts will work out, but still, this is maybe the Saints and Eagles work out yet another draft trade, etc. But not the right move in my opinion. That's kind of the latest move or rumor anyway out of the NFL. Make sure you join us on Tuesday for the NFL trade deadline. Again, we'll be starting at 8 o'clock, and we hear every single move as they happen. Yordan Alvarez is back in the box. Fouls that one off. Again, ambushing the ball early. Wheeler with a little bit better location this time around, though, on the outside corner. And it's 0-1. Looks like they're trying to attack Alvarez up high. That one misses up and in. 1-1. The set by Wheeler, working quickly here, and the pitch. Up and in again. 2-1. Bregman on deck with Tucker behind him. Tucker, of course, had a great game one. We'll see if he can get the bat off his shoulder in his next at bat. That one misses up and away. 3-1. Wheeler starting to miss his location a little bit here. And the 3-1 pitch. Well inside. Alvarez takes all the way there. And it's a 5-pitch walk to open the frame for the Astros. Good start here for Houston. Got to wonder if the Phillies see what the writing on the wall in this one and pull Wheeler early to save some of those bullets for a Game 5 start. Not saying you want to surrender any game in the World Series, but you've already got one in the bag. Sure, you would love to get the second one here, but that's looking like a tall task at this point. Not that you want to overuse your bullpen, but you got to have a long reliever, a fifth starter, somebody sitting out there in the bullpen that you're not planning on using in the rotation in this World Series that you can rely on to get you at least 3 or 4 innings. That one well inside, but did the check swing hold up for Bregman? I don't think so. On appeal, oh yeah, he definitely went around there. Good attempt, though. Bregman kind of stares down the first base umpire, who does say that was indeed a swing. 0-1 now the count to Bregman. Wheeler set. Pitch well outside and in the dirt. Nice job by Real Muto digging that one out. 1-1. Real Muto for years has been considered the best catcher in the game ever since Buster Posey retired or had since fallen off in his career. Yadier Molina, of course, probably the best catcher as far as resume, Hall of Fame, etc. in the game right now. Looks like he is hanging up his cleats. Same thing with Albert Pujols, who hit over 700 home runs in his career. That one misses well outside. Wheeler's starting to miss the zone a little bit here. He's up to 40 pitches now as the count goes to 2-1. If the Astros can extend this lead at all here in the third, we might see Wheeler out before the fifth. I'll put it that way. Healthy swing there by Bregman. Just missed that one. 2-2. That one misses well inside. Almost hits Bregman. 3-2. Almost hit that elbow protector anyway. Will they send Alvarez on a 3-2 pitch? I don't think so. There is nobody out. They got a good hitter on deck in Tucker, who's swinging a hot bat right now. Gurriel also swinging a hot bat. The set by Wheeler. The 3-2. Hard hit right to the shortstop, though. Was he safe at second is my question. Looks like a double play for right now, but that was a very nice turn by Sosa and Segura. But Alvarez was right there at second. I think the throw did just beat him in time. Nice double play there by the Phillies. Gets Wheeler out of some early trouble here in the third inning. Looking at the replay, yep, the throw does beat him by probably about a half a step as he tried to slide in there. Definitely had plenty of time in there. Good turn overall. Kyle Tucker now hitting with nobody on. That one misses really low, ball one. During the regular season, Tucker hit .257 with 30 home runs. Kind of similar projection so far for Tucker in this postseason, hitting .265 with 3 home runs. Flew out in his last at bat. The 1-0. This one's hit hard into center. Veerling is back in front of the warning track, though. Settles underneath it and makes the catch. That's the third out of the inning. Through 3 innings. It's all Astros so far, though. 3-0. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Astros. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Phillies. And to the top of the 4th we go. Just kind of touch on some more NFL trade deadline news for you guys. As I mentioned, the New Orleans Saints have a lot of news going on around them about whether or not they're going to trade Alvin Kamara, the suspension issue for next year. Will they get a first-round pick? Well, lost in all of that is Andy Dalton has now been named the starter for the New Orleans Saints. That tells you just how good their quarterback position is, or not. But maybe they could work something out. Maybe get, they could try to push for a postseason berth because that division has gone horribly for almost every single team in that division. Falcons, I believe, right now hold the division lead just because of the Buccaneers' loss, dropped them to 3-5. Either way, right now the division is very winnable. So if you get somebody with any type of ability to go on a win streak here, maybe you get lucky enough and win the division. But I still believe the Buccaneers are going to win it. But Andy Dalton is now your starter in New Orleans. News out of Chicago is that they traded away Robert Quinn to the Philadelphia Eagles. The team rumored to get Alvin Kamara for a first. Roquan Smith, though, is still on the trade block, and I believe he will be moved before the deadline. A number of teams could use a linebacker of his caliber. But we'll see what ends up happening. Free agent news for the NFL, of course, is that Odell Beckham Jr. is working his way back from an injury in the Super Bowl last year, and we'll see how impactful he is. I wonder if teams are going to have kind of a shot clock on him of sorts anyway to begin his rehab process with the team. But probably around week 11, 12 is when we could really see a healthy OBJ take the field once he signs after the trade deadline. I do believe teams are going to try to get things done at the deadline, and then the first order of business afterward is locking up OBJ, whether that be the Rams, Bills, Cowboys, Chiefs, whoever it might be. But we'll see where he ends up going. Other news, of course, we touched on the big game on Sunday is going to be the Broncos and Jaguars. Not because of what's actually going to happen on the field, but what happens as a result of a win or a loss by the Denver Broncos. Do the Broncos blow it up and say, hack it, you just couldn't hack it as a coach, and get rid of him? Russell Wilson, do they try to move him and try to flip him for somewhere else? The biggest news, though, is what are they going to do with the players on the roster already? Jerry Jeudy is drawing the eyes of the New York Giants. They just have a hole at wide receiver, of course. Kenny Golladay is making a lot of money but isn't getting any playing time. And it sounds like the New York Giants could be a fit for a guy like Jerry Jeudy. The Packers could be a fit, and the Colts, according to Jerry Jeudy himself, as he might have, as it seems like he spoke with CBS Sports off the record about the possibility of being traded, and listed those three destinations as a possibility. The biggest news on the defensive side of the ball for the Broncos, of course, is Bradley Chubb. Where could he go? The Rams, of course, made the trade last year to get Von Miller from the Broncos. We'll see if they work out something again similar to that this year. Bryce Harper leading off here for the Phillies. Usually very aggressive with his first swing. Not able to hold off on that one, though, as you can see. And it's a strike one there. Valdez, very effective so far through 3 innings, 5 strikeouts. Dropped his postseason ERA to 1.15. Absolutely dominant so far. Just on the outside corner, 0-2. Valdez seems very comfortable on the mound now. Remember back in the first, he was throwing the ball all over the place, struggling with command. Seems like he's got his emotions under control, and this is the Frambar Valdez we've seen all year. Little tapper foul by Harper there, and it remains 0-2. Castellanos would be next, followed by Bohm. Another foul ball. This one was much higher in the strike zone. Still 0-2. If you guys are Philly fans out there, what do you guys want to see from your Phillies the rest of the way? Do you want to see them try to save the bullets in the arm of Zach Wheeler, or do you want to see them try to stay in the game as long as they possibly can? Because it is the World Series. If I were managing this team, though, I would probably give Wheeler through the 4th inning and just see where you are after 4 and see where his pitch count is. If he's still well within 100 pitches, then maybe you go a 5th inning if he handles the 4th easily. We'll see. But for my money, this game right now is easily in the hands of the Astros. We saw a nice comeback though from the Phillies in the 5th inning in last night's game. Don't want to give up on a game, but you don't necessarily want to burn out your best starting pitcher in a game you don't really have a chance at. Harper swings and misses at that one low, and that's another strikeout for Valdez. 3 1/3, 6 strikeouts for Valdez. He's been nothing short of phenomenal so far. Thing with the Astros is they've done it mostly with their youth from within. They've grown from within. They have supplemented this roster by bringing in good veteran after a good veteran, and they all seem to fit very well in this roster. Supplemented this team very well, but they have very good homegrown young starting pitching. Nice tapper there by Bohm over to third. Bregman, a strong throw, plants his foot, and drives the ball over to first base for the easy out. 2 away here in the top of the 4th. All Astros so far. Nice pick there by Gurriel on the short hop. Valdez up to 62 pitches. If he gets anywhere out of this inning beneath 67, 70 pitches, somewhere in there, we're probably easily looking at a 6-inning outing here for Valdez. That'd be a great job here for them. Save their bullpen, allow their starters to kind of see what's working against this lineup. Force the Phillies to have some doubts about their ability to hit off of this guy, especially if they have to face him in a Game 5 or a Game 6. That one misses just off the plate, low and in, 1-1, as Bohm steps out to kind of catch himself here. That one beneath the zone as well, 2-1. Valdez sets. A little bit of a rock there. And the pitch. Swung on and missed by Bohm. 2-2, kind of a long swing at that one. He's really got that off-speed pitch working today. 80 miles an hour curveball right on the inside, or right on the inside corner there. Would have been a strike anyway, but made Bohm look silly on that one. right at the bottom of the zone. Bohm takes it all the way, and that's another strikeout for Valdez, his 7th of the game. 4 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts. Unbelievable start here for Valdez. Gets out of this with 66 pitches. He's definitely going to get you 6 innings so far, it looks like. It'll be Gurriel, Diaz, and McCormick for the Astros in the bottom half of the 4th inning against Zach Wheeler. Now, as I mentioned, there's some other news to kind of get around with the NFL trade deadline coming up on Tuesday. Cam Akers, the Los Angeles Rams running back, is going to be shipped out of town. He was the other piece mentioned in that Christian McCaffrey deal when the Rams and 49ers had their bidding war with the Panthers for the services of Christian McCaffrey. Akers would have gone back the other way in that deal. I imagine they will still upgrade that running back spot. If you have watched any of my videos from the previous segments anyway that I've done on the NFL trade deadline, my favorite for the Rams is that they're going to go after a guy like Kareem Hunt. He would probably be the best running back that's left out there here at the trade deadline. Sending back Cam Akers would give the Browns still have their 1-2 punch there at running back, and Nick Chubb still is going to be the best part of that tandem there with Akers if that happened. But maybe a 4th-round pick and Akers gets the deal done. Other news is that the Packers are looking to upgrade their wide receiver room pretty much in any way they possibly can. They're looking at the Patriots wide receivers in Nelson Aguilar and Kendrick Bourne. They're looking at the Cardinals receiver in A.J. Green. They were looking at the Giants receiver in Kadarius Toney before the Chiefs were able to swoop him up. They're looking at Brandon Cooks from the Houston Texans, but it sounds like the price has gotten a little bit too high for them as they're starting to kind of shift their focus to more of the New England receivers, A.J. Greens, that type of level receiver. Odell Beckham Jr. has also been rumored to be a fit there in Green Bay. Not sure of how much of a fit he would be there. I mean, Aaron Rodgers does like to work with more veteran receivers. They do need to bring in somebody. I'm just not sure Odell Beckham Jr. would be convinced that that's the spot for him. But other news at the trade deadline, of course, the Washington Commanders are going to be sellers at the deadline. Defensive tackle Darren Payne apparently could be had for a day 2 pick. Former first-round pick of that entire defensive line that's made up of nothing but first-round picks with Washington. Looks like they're going to break that up a little bit and try to recoup some value in a year that seems to be lost with Carson Wentz going on IR and Taylor Heineke having a nice win last week, but still coming off the bench and taking over for the injured Carson Wentz. But they're going to be sellers at the deadline. The NFC East, no longer the NFC least. They're going to be sellers in that division. And so we'll see where he ends up going. I thought the Cowboys would be a perfect fit, kind of a pass-rushing, run-stuffing, defensive tackle anyway inside. But they went the cheap route with Jonathan Hankins. So we'll see what ends up happening there. Looks like we're just getting back for the bottom of the 4th inning. Zach Wheeler again will be coming out for this one. It'll be Gurriel, Diaz, and McCormick. Very low and away anyway for Wheeler there, and it's 1-0. But remember to follow us here at The Upside, subscribe, and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. This one's tapped out to short. Sosa charges it, flips it on to first, and easily retires Gurriel, this time with a much better throw and not another error like it was back in the first inning that allowed Alvarez to score the 3rd run of the game. But again, follow us here at the Upside Sports Network here on YouTube. As I mentioned, we'll be doing a very long live for you guys on Tuesday, covering every single minute of the NFL trade deadline on Tuesday, starting at 8 a.m., going all the way up through the trade deadline, probably an hour or so afterward, making sure we don't miss any of the trades that happen that day. We're going to cover every single one of them, break down both sides of the trade, what it means for teams that are tanking, what it means for teams that are trying to make a bid for a Super Bowl run. So we'll see what ends up happening on Tuesday. Should see some trades probably Monday after the Sunday games conclude before the Monday Night Football game, but should be a very entertaining trade deadline day here in the NFL. A lot of rumors this year as opposed to normal, so we'll see if they finally get something done and see if they can actually have a busy trade deadline day. There haven't been too many in NFL history just because that's just the nature of the beast, but maybe they're finally going to see some differences here. Another one-hop smash over to shortstop. Sosa with a nice throw over again to first base. 2nd out of the inning. McCormick will be due up next. He worked the full count walk anyway against Wheeler back in the second inning. After the trade deadline, as I mentioned, we'll try to cover Game 4 of the World Series for you guys. Just kind of depends on how the trade deadline coverage goes, how late we have to go. Frankly, and how much energy I exhaust during that long of a live. I think it'll be close to probably an 8.5, 9 hour long live with you guys on Tuesday. I know a lot of you guys joined us for our MLB trade deadline coverage, gained over 200 subscribers on that day alone. Hopefully we have a successful day, have a lot of community interaction. Feel free to join us for the chat on Tuesday for that. If you're going to be working, set it up. Feel free to watch while you're getting some computer work done or something. We'll see what ends up happening. And McCormick is on with another base hit into center. Nice job by number 8 hole hitter Chas McCormick. A little bit of a miss in location there for Wheeler, right down the middle with back-to-back pitches. And McCormick is on yet again. Through 3 2/3, Wheeler has a couple of strikeouts. He's only at 52 pitches. His pitch count is very light, so you might want to save your bullpen for future games. Make it 53 pitches as Maldonado lines out to third base in Alec Boehm. Nice piece of pitching there by Wheeler. Nice catch there by Boehm, though. A nice leaping grab. Not too difficult as far as range of difficulty anyway. Probably give it like a 4 out of 10. Making sure you don't mistime your jump, etc. Make sure you don't dive, etc. But through 4, it's all Astros. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Astros. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Phillies. After the middle of in the middle of the 5th inning, we'll take a step back anyway. Let everybody kind of catch their breath in between innings. As we will reach the halfway point in the game, make sure everybody gets some refreshments, and we'll be back by the bottom half. Appreciate you guys joining us for some baseball as the 2022 season kind of winds to a close. Astros, who most fans had predicted that the Astros were going to be right there in the ALCS again. Yankees right there, but everybody had the Yankees or maybe even the Blue Jays. I had the Blue Jays going all the way to the World Series this year. Just they weren't able to get it done. George Springer's injury in the final game of their series against the Mariners, and their unbelievable return to the postseason, just was too much to overcome. Mariners had a great season this year. AL Rookie of the Year, Julio Rodriguez. Their decision to bring in 2 different starting pitchers, one Robbie Ray to be their ace, and Luis Castillo, the trade they made at the deadline to really bolster that roster, that pitching staff, and then to get the job done and extend that contract, make that trade worth every penny because it was an expensive one for them. Reds are going to be set up the middle and at third base because of that trade for years to come. Reds are going to be a good team in a few years. Central is very winnable. Just ask the Cardinals where they were at in the standings at the trade deadline and how that ended up for them. For the Phillies, they'll have Segura, Vierling, and Sosa, 7, 8, and 9 in their lineup, going against Franbar Valdez. As we've mentioned, he's gone 4 innings, 7 strikeouts so far for Valdez. He's been nothing short of dominant so far. His pitch count is also under control. Probably see 6, maybe 7 innings, depending on how quickly he gets in and out of this inning. At the bottom of the lineup, you'd imagine if you're the Astros, you want to see him work quickly and throw strikes. First pitch here to Segura, right down Broadway. 0-1. Good start here for Valdez here in the top of the 5th. Segura, the longtime veteran, finally makes it to the postseason for the first time in his career. Smashes it down the line, fair, and looks like Tucker's going to be able to cut it off before it gets to the wall. Quite easily anyway, but a nice piece of hitting there by Segura. And he's the leadoff hitter. Gets on here with nobody out. Matt Vierling due up next. Regular season numbers for him kind of came on at the end of the year anyway, hitting .246, 6 home runs. So far this postseason, though, only hitting .182. See if he can add a few percentage points with this at bat. Philly's going to have to get something going sooner or later. Now's as good a time as any. The lefty is set, and the pitch. Well inside, low. 1-0 is the count now to Matt Vierling. Getting the start today over Brandon Marsh. Marsh the lefty, Vierling the righty. Kind of a platoon there in center. The 1-0, right down Broadway, 1-1. Throw over to first, back safely is Segura. Segura does have some speed on him. Of course, he is a little bit older now than what he was back in the days of Milwaukee or the Mariners or the Diamondbacks. Looks like he's finally found a home anyway with the Philadelphia Phillies as their everyday second baseman. Again, the Phillies are going to make a move this offseason. They're going to bring in a free agent shortstop of some type. They're also going to revamp that bullpen, I'd imagine. Swung on and missed. Kind of a looping swing there again. Vierling made to look ugly on that one. 1-2. Tapper to short, Pena to second. Altuve flips on to first. Double play. They get the speedy Matt Vierling. And that's a nice double play there by the Astros. Got to wonder if he actually got it there in time. It looked to the naked eye that he did. Just looking at the replay right now. Phillies manager Rob Thompson wants to make sure it was actually all the way out. That is speedy runner Vierling did not get back in time. Oh, that was really close at first base, though. Every out is precious here in the World Series. Doesn't look like they're going to challenge it, though. And it'll be Edmundo Sosa digging in. 0 for 1 so far today. Valdez up to 73 pitches now, as that one misses low for a ball, 1-0. Another one misses up high this time, 2-0. At the conclusion of this half inning, we'll be right back. Just going to stretch our legs for a little bit, so if you guys kind of want to grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever you guys want to do, make sure you kind of join us back for the bottom half here of the 5th inning. That one finds the zone finally, and it's 2-1. Good pitch there, right on the inside corner. Sosa taking all the way. Hopefully you guys are in a market where your TV provider is not fighting with the Fox network anyway, and you can watch the Fox game or watch the World Series for yourselves. If you're not able to, like me, and have another channel that has it on there, and you're lucky enough to still get it, congratulations. Or if you miss it entirely, Thank you guys for watching us here on YouTube while you enjoy the World Series. The conclusion of the MLB season. It's been a very weird couple of years anyway for Major League Baseball. Very weird couple of years for the world anyway, dating back all the way to the days of COVID, the shortened season. Last year, everybody still kind of get out of the rut of the COVID season, vaccinations, etc. Now baseball is pretty much all the way back for the first time this year, but of course had the late start with the lockout. Baseball will be back to its normal schedule next year. I'm sure everybody's happy to hear that. But they still need to iron out some issues with the collective bargaining agreement, most notably with the international draft. So expect a couple of videos on that over this winter. Keep you guys updated on where baseball stands with that. And of course, every single big free agency rumor that's out there, I will try to bring you every single one of them that I can. My favorite time of year for any sport is always the off season. I just love all the transactions. I like to focus on the next step in the sports storyline. That's why I called the network Upside Sports Network. And so the winter meetings will be a big time for us here at the Upside. Trade deadline day for the NFL coming up next week will be big for us as well. So if you haven't subscribed already, please do so. Hit that like and follow us on Instagram or on Twitter anyway at Upside SN. 3-2 the count to Sosa. The pitch. Right down Broadway. Valdez is fired up after that one. 8th strikeout of the game, up to 79 pitches so far today. He'll probably go at least one more inning if I had to guess to try to save bullets in that bullpen for him. But it's 3-0 Astros right now through 4.5. As I mentioned, we'll be right back here in just a few minutes. And hopefully you guys will stick around for us. We'll be back at the bottom half of the inning. But if you guys want to stretch your legs a little bit with us, feel free to do so. Be right back. And welcome back. Jose Altuve continues his early aggressive swings anyway against Zach Wheeler here. Gets a nice base hit here on the second pitch of the bottom of the fifth inning. Wheeler, I think, missing his location, throwing two pitches back to back in almost the exact same spot on the outer half of the plate there. Altuve just kind of reaching out and poking it. Right back up through the box. Veerling making the play there in center, holding him to a single. Jeremy Pena due up next. Wheeler instead throws a pickoff attempt over there. Altuve is back with a half a step anyway. Looks like there's a book anyway on both players, how to attack Altuve and how to attack Wheeler. So far advantage Altuve. Pena during the year hit .253 with 22 home runs. So far this postseason really has stepped it up. It's been a clutch performer for them. Some game-winning hits, some crucial hits anyway for them. A couple of walk-off hits this postseason. Or a walk-off hit, excuse me. Hitting .300 with 3 home runs. Takes a strike right down Broadway. Gotta wonder if the Astros are changing up their attack to try to force him to throw more pitches now. Otherwise, I think they would have seen Pena ambush that first pitch right down the middle. Second pitch almost in the exact same spot, just a little bit higher, fouled back by Pena, and it's quickly 0-2. Wheeler unhappy with himself that he's missing location again. It's been a very well-played game by both teams. Phillies have done a nice job kind of stabilizing themselves after giving up those 3 early runs in the first inning. This was the inning that the Phillies were able to bounce back last game. However, not going to happen this time around as they've already gone scoreless anyway in the top half of the fifth. Swung on and missed by Pena, and he goes down on strikes. That's the third strikeout for Wheeler through 4 1/3 innings anyway, as Wheeler is up to 58 pitches now, I believe. Yep. Wheeler's postseason ERA down to 2.15. Gave up a couple of earned runs, and then, of course, the unearned third run coming across on the error by Sosa. Altuve's reached both times, Alvarez has reached both times he's been up before. A double back in the first, a walk back in the third. That one misses well inside. 1-0. Another bouncer right into the shift. Looks like this could be a double play. Nope, Alvarez running well today. Looks like we might see some more speed out of Alvarez. He has never been really the most fleet of foot guy. Got down the line very well there. That one was slow developing as Bohm made the play in the overshift anyway. But they do get the lead runner there. Now there are 2 away. Alvarez on first. It'll be Bregman. Should he reach, it'll be Tucker followed by Gurriel. Bregman so far today is 0 for 2. Looks like Baker's coming out to talk to somebody about the umpire about something. He just wants some clarification on something, it looks like. Got to wonder what he's asking about. Maybe if he actually touched second base, or if it was a neighborhood play. They've got all of the umpires gathered in between first and home plate right now. Baker standing pretty much in front of his own dugout, waiting for them to kind of come to a conclusion. Looks like they've come to some type of conclusion as he gets some clarification. Let's see if we can get anything from the mic. Looks like they're still trying to clear up something. Let's see if we get an announcement here. Okay, so they're getting a challenge on the out call at second. Ah. You rarely see this, and I'm kind of glad Houston is challenging this. I've for years been wondering why teams other allow the neighborhood play, if you will. If you're in the neighborhood of making the play, they good enough. I guess we were out anyway, but you have to actually touch the base or tag the runner, that kind of a thing at second. For years we've seen them get away with this, and here in the World Series, Dusty Baker is going to challenge it. Sosa looked like he was going to make an easy flip onto first base. Just looks like he might have tapped. I'm not sure he even tapped second base. You don't see any dirt kick up, but his foot is so close to the base. I'm not sure you can really overturn this the way it's looking right now. The ball still isn't in his glove, and he's already started to move his foot away from the base. I think his foot was actually off the base by the time he finally caught the ball. But let's see if we get an umpire ruling here. Wow. Wow. Call stands, but that for years has been a gray area for Major League Baseball. I'd like to see them clear that up at some point, just because it's a lazy play more than anything else in Major League Baseball. I would like to see them try something to be able to clear that up. I mean, it doesn't look good for baseball whenever it's clearly going to be an out call, but he misses touching the base by a good foot, yet they still stick with the ruling on the field because it stands. They don't say confirmed, because confirmed means there's video evidence that clearly shows it's good. Stands just means there wasn't video evidence to show that it wasn't. And we've seen in the past that stands can also mean that we just don't want to overturn it on plays like that because they don't challenge them that often. Now, we've seen a lot of things happen as far as like steals of second base, tagging the runner, that kind of thing. Micro fraction of a second, they slip off of the base, that kind of thing. And that's kind of helped clear up that thing as far as the gray area. No matter what I think of it as whether or not they were clearly safe by a mile, they still came off the bag by a fraction of an inch. And that fraction of an inch, they were tagged, and therefore they are out. I understand that. Clear, bright line, clear, or it's a clear out or safe call. Here on the play at second base, again, a neighborhood play, if you will. His foot was in the neighborhood of it being an out. Bregman lifts this one into center, all the way back to the wall, and it's gone! Wow! Wow, what a home run by Alex Bregman. 0 for 2 earlier in the game. This busts it open for the Astros. I'm immediately pulling Zach Wheeler now. It's officially out of reach. Save the bullets in the arm. Maybe you could even have him in Game 4 if you need him. But you need him for Game 5, absolutely, at this point. What a home run by Bregman. I understand the challenging it by Dusty Baker. You thought you had a real chance of it. Plus, if he's on base with that one, instead of a 5-0 game, it's a 6-0 game right now. But what a home run by Alex Bregman. Left center field, absolutely crushed that one off the top of the wall. Above the home run marker. Wheeler looks a little bit shook on the mound anyway. Wow. What a home run there. Maybe Alex Bregman will be your World Series MVP. That's the type of swing that could get it done. Crushed that one. Fantastic job. High fives Gary Pettis as he goes by there. Good baseball man there, Gary Pettis. If you've never actually heard any of the stories around him, how good of a guy he is, both in the clubhouse for your team, off the field, those kinds of things, make sure you look up Gary Pettis. Fantastic baseball individual. And I'm not an Astros fan. I'm a Rangers fan by trade. He was with the Rangers for a little while, but losing him to Houston hurt. He's a good baseball guy, and Houston's lucky to have him. But it's a 5-0 game now. Wheeler trying to avoid a 4-pitch walk to Kyle Tucker here, who's ahead 3-0. That one misses outside, and it is a 4-pitch walk. We will see a pitching change, I believe, after that one. Wheeler looks completely disgruntled on the mound, just dejected all over the place. 5-0 is the score. Houston in front. Probably see a pit or a mound visit here to just give more time to their bullpen to get going. What an unbelievable response in this game by the Houston Astros after the way they lost Game 1, getting out to that big lead, surrendering that big lead, and then just playing good, solid baseball all the way up until the 9th inning. Castellanos making a game-saving catch in the bottom of the 9th to save a walk-off hit there. And then the 10th, Realmuto hitting that solo home run to give them the victory 6-5. Astros come back and act like the Astros. Their offense looks like it's finally shaking out of it. Their top hitters are finally acting like their top hitters. Altuve's ambushing the fastball from Wheeler here today. He's got 2 base hits today. Alvarez has been on all 3 times. 1 for 2 with a walk. Reached on the fielder's choice earlier, obviously, on that double play ball. Hard hit ball by Gurriel again over to Bohm. And it looks like he is out at first base. Woo. Another close play there. We'll see if they actually keep this as it is or do they challenge it. If I'm the Astros, I'm only challenging it if it's a clear and conclusive evidence. But either way, it's 5-0 here at the end of 5. Astros in front. And it looks like the Astros are going to take this game too right now. Valdez has just been dominant on the mound through 5 innings. Appreciate you guys joining us here as we watch Game 2 of the World Series. Astros in front, 5-0, 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Astros, no runs, 2 hits, 1 error for the Phillies. We'll see how the Phillies respond here in the top of the 6th. Otherwise, that might be church for the Phillies here in Houston anyway. Schwarber, Hoskins, and Realmuto, 1, 2, and 3 in the order, followed by Harper and Castellanos. Got to think this is their best chance here to get back in the game. You don't want to say it's over here in the 5th, but that was one heck of a swing there by Bregman that definitely set the wheels in motion to start thinking about Game 3 if you're a Phillies manager. Save the bullets of Wheeler. Try to use your lesser-used bullpen arms to try to save the back end of your bullpen for Games 3 and 4 on Monday and Tuesday. Use the extra off day to get extra rest for players in your lineup. I mean, it's only a 5-run lead, but you have to show some type of fight here in the 6th in order to avoid those type of thoughts entering your game plan. You live to fight another day. Thompson did a great job managing Game 1. Baker's having the better luck here in Game 2. Offense finally coming back around for these Astros here in Game 2. Pitching, Valdez has been absolutely fantastic, out-dueling Zach Wheeler. And as I said, I expect Zach Wheeler probably to be out of the game if they don't mount a comeback here in the top of the 6th. Comeback meaning anything greater than 1 run. So if they get to a 5-2 advantage, if they get to a 5-3 advantage, something like that, there'd be a lot better, more optimistic outlook anyway for the rest of the game for the Phillies. Let us know in the comment section what you think. Is this game over? Go ahead and pack it up, send it on to Philadelphia, or should we see the Philadelphia Phillies try to mount a comeback here? Again, tomorrow the Broncos play the Jaguars in London, a home game essentially for the Jaguars. In case you haven't been paying attention to the NFL for the past 10 years, Jacksonville's second home is London. So it's basically going to be a home game for them. Broncos, of course, flying over. Russell Wilson working out in the aisle of the flight for 4 hours, keeping his teammates awake the entire way, doing high knees and stretches the entire way. Of course, if they lose the game, Hackett probably could be done there with Denver. Doesn't look like he can hack it, if you will. Yes, I will drive that pun into the ground, I know. But trade deadline will be most impacted by that game more than any other on the slate this weekend. Rams 49ers is going to be a big game, but either whoever wins that game isn't necessarily going to be running away with the division, so it's not going to have a big impact on the trade deadline. Both are still expected to add here. 49ers have already added Christian McCaffrey. Rams could be looking to add multiple pieces, a running back, a wide receiver. They could bring in a tight end, defensive pieces. The Rams have a lot of holes. I expect them to also look at offensive linemen as well, as they have not protected quarterback Matthew Stafford much at all. Valdez unable to find the strike zone here against Schwarber, who's being very patient, ahead 2-0 now. And that one misses low and bounces in there, 3-0. Not what you want to see after having a big swing in that last inning anyway for the Astros, is having a walk here. 8 strikeouts so far for Valdez. If you guys are just joining us, back-to-back doubles to lead off the game for the Astros. Ended up scoring 3 runs in the bottom half of the first inning anyway. The last half had Alex Bregman anyway with a big 2-run home run, stretching the lead to 5-0. Wheeler's had up and down performances this whole game, missing the strike zone every now and again. Astros having a game plan to attack him early in the count, etc. Valdez pumped up to get that strike in there for a 3-1. Just misses the zone and it's a walk. Little surprising to see a pumped up reaction to a strike call and a 3-0 count. But okay. Schwarber works another walk. On base percentage guy gets on base. Rhys Hoskins due up next, hitting 180 this postseason with 5 home runs. If he can get a hold of one here, this definitely would straighten things out for the Phillies. See if they can get them back into the game here. Strike one right there at the knees, 0-1. Valdez didn't get those same calls in the last at-bat against Schwarber. Gets the call there against Hoskins. Again, inconsistent strike zones are going to happen when you have human beings as umpires. Give me robo-umps. Just going to say it one more time here in the World Series. That one's fouled away. Swung on and missed anyway at the curveball. Hoskins has looked silly anyway, swinging at those off-speed pitches anyway. We'll see if he gets another one here. Phillies need to get something going. So Hoskins, if I'm a Phillies fan, has to get something going. This one gets in between Pena and Bregman. And that's going to be a base hit for Hoskins. 2 on, nobody out. Heart of their order due up with Real Muto, the hero from last night, followed by Harper and Castellanos. Looks like we will have a mound visit here, with Valdez missing his locations just a little bit. Nice work there by Hoskins, driving it back up through. Could just have easily been a double play ball if it goes a little bit more to the right or left. But instead shoots right through the gap. Nice piece of hitting there. Phillies need to get something going here. They have to get a base hit or something going from either Real Muto, Harper, or Castellanos to at least get some type of run scoring on the board. If they end this inning with a good threat right now in the top of the sixth, after watching Bregman hit a 2-run home run, they get a leadoff walk and then a base hit, runners on first and second with nobody out, and walk away with nothing. That's pretty much the death knell in this one. Sinker right down the heart of the plate, fouled off by Real Muto, 0-1. Real Muto, again, his first postseason experience coming this year as well after starting his career with the Miami Marlins. Not really getting anywhere there. And was flipped for a package of prospects. Bullpen is indeed going for the Astros. That one gets in the dirt. 1-1 now. Maldonado makes a nice play blocking that one, keeping it in front of him. Don't need to chance anything here if you're Philadelphia. Don't need to have slow base runners try to steal a base here with the ball in the dirt. You got your 3-4-5. You need somebody to get a base hit. That's the game plan if you're a Phillies fan. Real Muto hitting .255 this postseason with 3 home runs. 0 for 2 so far today. The lefty deals. Fouled off. And it's 1-2 now. Valdez looking for his 9th strikeout of the game. Up to 90 pitches now. 91 pitches, excuse me. Double play ball would be very crushing here to the Phillies' hopes. The 1-2 pitch. Nice off-speed pitch. Tapped foul again, and we'll do it over. Phillies took game 1 6-5 in 10 innings against the Astros. Astros looking to even the series and try to steal one back in Philadelphia. Just barely able to get enough of that one was Real Muto. The 1-2 pitch here by Valdez. The lefty set and the pitch. Nice pitch there, well above the zone. Real Muto chases that one, and he gets the 9th strikeout of the game. We'll see if he continues to face Harper here if they bring in somebody out of the bullpen. Valdez glances over at the dugout. Looks like we might see a pitching change. Let's see. Through 5 1/3, 9 strikeouts. Great performance here by Valdez. See if they let him face Harper, who's hitting .408 this postseason with 5 home runs. This will be the 3rd time through the order, so we'll see if they let him face him. Valdez has been very good, and he is a strikeout pitcher, so maybe you let him stick with it. Looks like they will. The set by Valdez. The first pitch. Again, Harper's aggressive on the first one. Taps it to Altuve. Pena onto first. They call it a double play. I'm not sure if he actually got him on the... when I first saw the look there, it looked like Harper might have been safe at first to keep the inning alive for the Phillies. But in either event, what a nice play by Valdez. Great piece of pitching there. Looks like they went with the off-speed there and got Harper out in front, kind of tapped it out to Altuve. And they do get the double play. They're not going to challenge it. Wow. That's disappointing if you're a Phillies fan. You go from a promising 2-on, nobody out situation. You have to have something in a comeback inning after Bregman gets that 2-run shot. You have the heart of the order up, and nothing. Nothing to show for it. Through 5 1/2 anyway, all Astros. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors. No runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Phillies. Wow. Valdez is up to 94 pitches. I'll be surprised if they bring him back out for the 7th. That was a very taxing inning for him, even though he's not at 100 pitches and he's been dominant. You don't need to burn out your best, well, one of your best starters anyway. You should be able to hold on to a 5-run lead with almost any bullpen. That was a heartbreaking inning for Phillies fans. Not sure if you can come back in this one. I'm not sure if the Rob Thompson's going to believe they have a chance to come back either. I think we're going to see I think we're going to see that the Phillies might change their game plan going forward as far as how they're going to handle their pitching staff. We'll see if Zach Wheeler comes out. If I'm Thompson, though, I'm taking out Wheeler and saving the bullets because this game looks like it might be over. That was crushing for Phillies fans. Mm. Looks like that will be it. Looks like they're bringing out of the bullpen Andrew Bellotti. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. 3.31 ERA during the season, a 2.25 ERA in the postseason. He will face the 7, 8, and 9 hitters in the order for the Astros. McCormick, though, has had a good night tonight. See if that continues here. Shortest outing of the postseason for Zach Wheeler by far. He wasn't necessarily having the biggest pitch count, but it's just that's a 5-run game now. There's no use in giving up your best starter and using those bullets just to get you a couple more innings and not have him available in game 3 or 4 or 5 if you need him. Say a game goes into the 18th inning like it did multiple times earlier this postseason, you're going to need somebody down in that bullpen who can come in and throw multiple innings. Having the bullets in that arm available, premium pitches, an advantage that you want to have at this point, especially when you consider you already stole one game from the Astros. This isn't a make or break game for the Phillies. You already got the job done, taking 1 of 2 already. But the Astros picking themselves up in this one, getting something going. Thank you guys for joining us. Got 10 of you guys with us right now. Appreciate it. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so, and the like is there as well. You can follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Anytime we post a video, we will post it there for you guys as well. That way you guys know when we go live. You'll know when we post a short video. We cover the NFL, the NBA, the MLB, and the NHL. Hot stove season is almost here, so we'll see what ends up happening. Second pitch here to Diaz is popped up to Sosa for the easy out. Pardon me. Chas McCormick due up next. 1-for-1. Also reached on a walk earlier today against Zach Wheeler. Nice work. McCormick digs in. First pitch from Bellotti. Bounces in there, and it's 1-0. Hopefully you get a couple innings here out of Bellotti if you're Rob Thompson. You'd like nothing more than to get him through the 7th. That one's in there for a strike, 1-1. Right at the bottom of the zone. You are facing the 7, 8, 9. You'd like to think you can retire these guys in order. Have him face the top of the order, and if he has any trouble, then you go to another reliever in the 7th. But that's kind of the game plan right now, it looks like, for Thompson. Allen bounces in there again, 2-1. Of course, Astros would love nothing more than to burn those bullets in the bullpen even more. See if they can get some more of their bats in their lineup going anyway. The 2-1. Little tapper foul, and it's 2-2. One other thing we could really use in this part of the game right now is not watching Andrew Bellotti and Chas McCormick readjust their gloves and walk around the mound for half a minute. Pitch clocks, people. Pitch clocks. Robo-umps would also speed this up a little bit. They have the technology now on the field to allow the catcher to communicate with the pitcher. That sped up the game a little bit this year. The shift won't be a thing next year. So we are seeing baseball, the sport that never makes changes to the play on the field, making changes to play on the field. Very happy to see that. McCormick grounds this one up the center, or up the middle anyway. Segura right behind second base anyway, charges it and makes the play over to first for the second out of the inning. It'll be Maldonado due next. Altuve, who's had a nice resurgent game today, 2 for 3, ambushed the ball on every single at bat anyway against Zach Wheeler. We'll see if they learn from that experience with Wheeler and see if they try to do something different in his next start of this series. Probably Game 5 if I had to guess. Swung on and missed by Maldonado right at the bottom of the zone, and it's 0-1. If you're just joining us, we will have a live for you guys on Tuesday. We'll be covering the NFL trade deadline. We'll start at 8 o'clock in the morning, bring you every single move, the analysis of both sides of the deal, what it means for the team giving up the player, what it means for the future draft and rebuild schedules, etc. And then as far as the other team making the trade for the player, what it means for their playoff hopes. Are they a Super Bowl bound team? Is it enough? Is it the right move? Should they have done a different type of a trade? Did they give up too much? We'll give you all the reaction from all of the different teams at the trade deadline. We'll cover every single team in the league, break down every single rumor that we hear for you guys on trade deadline day. For those of you who joined us during the Major League Baseball trade deadline, it was a fantastic show. Really appreciate those of you who joined us, and I cannot thank you guys enough for how special that you guys made that day for me. Probably one of my best streaming days that I've ever done. Not one of the best. It was the best streaming day I've ever had with you guys, so thank you guys very much. That was a lot of fun. Hopefully, NFL trade deadline will be just as good. Supposedly, it's right now America's favorite sport, so we'll see. If we get just as good of a response. But make sure you join us on Tuesday for that. If you can only join us for a few minutes here or there, that's just fine. But make sure you follow us here on YouTube, subscribe, and that way you don't miss out when we do go live. Maldonado's worked it to a 1-2 count now. Bellotti trying to get out of this without giving up a base runner. The 1-2 pitch. Eventually. Swung on and missed, but that one bounced in the dirt in the other's batter's box. Maldonado looking silly on that one. And that's a strikeout there. Good job by Bellotti. 11 pitch inning there. He will probably come back out for the 7th if I had to put money on it. Wow, Michael Chiklis is coming back to Fox. Q's show. That should be good. I remember him being back on his days of FX anyway with The Shield and all them shows. And then he was on Gotham for a while more recently. But that show looks pretty good. It had a nice cast around it. Hopefully Fox will resolve its issues with DirecTV and I can actually watch it. We'll see. Through 6 innings, though, it's all Astros. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors. No runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Phillies. As we go to the 7th, it'll be Castellanos, Bohm, and Segura, I believe. Yep. Game 3 will be on Halloween, Monday at about 7 o'clock East. Game 4 will also be 7 o'clock Eastern on Tuesday. Game 5, if necessary, on Wednesday. All 3 of those games would be in Philadelphia. Should the game get farther than that, Game 6 would be held Friday in Houston anyway, and Game 7, which we all love Game 7s in all sports anyway, would be Saturday. We would definitely have that game for you live here on YouTube. Do another live with you guys. But hopefully we can do Game 4 at the very least. And if we get lucky enough to have a Game 7 in this World Series, we'll definitely have it for you. Now we got a lot of Phillies fans who've joined us over this year. If you're an Astros fan, make yourself known. Elizabeth, thank you guys, Astros fans anyway, for joining us. Haven't had too many of them anyway so far this year, so if you're an Astros fan, let us know. Time to see if they will bring out Valdez. It looks like they are. They're going to have him out there for one more inning. He's up to 94 pitches so far. Got to imagine there's going to be a quick hook. You don't want to burn too many bullets in that arm. You also want to save that bullpen, especially with the off day coming up. Your number 3 starter going in Game 3. That one hits the top of the zone. Nice pitch there. Strike 1 to Castellanos. A little bit in disbelief there. The 0-1. That one's beneath the zone. No way that one was going to be a called strike as well. 1-1 is the count. Again, robo-umps hopefully will be a thing in the next year or two. I'd really like to see it implemented next year. But it sounds like Major League Baseball wants to hold off at least one more year. We will see the end of the shift next year, thankfully. We will also see a pitch clock next year, I believe, as well. A lot of changes on the field coming for Major League Baseball. Players that are most affected by the shift will finally be able to have some hits that are taken away fall in there. By the same token, a lot of hitters who were given hits because they had 3 infielders on the right side and those little doinks off the end of the bat that normally would have gone straight to the shortstop and ended up as a hit, those will now be outs. So we'll see how much that impacts the game. Rafael Montero, great reliever for the Astros this year, is loosening up in the bullpen just in case he's necessary. Castellanos taps this one foul down the third base line. It'll remain 2-2. Valdez up to 99 pitches so far. Don't want to see him probably get over 110 at the most this inning. Maybe they just want him on there to face Castellanos. We'll see. Fouled off again, and it remains 2-2. Seventh inning stretch will be upon us at the end of this half inning. Let you guys kind of relax, catch your breath, see if the Phillies can get something going here in this half inning. Had a very promising top of the 6th, and then it was just squandered on the double play of Bryce Harper. Valdez kind of talking to himself on the mound after missing the strike zone there. Count goes full, 3-2. He's thrown a lot of off speed today. This one lifted into left center. That one's going to go all the way to the wall. Castellanos is easily in there with a stand-up double. There's a good start here to the 7th for Castellanos and the Philadelphia Phillies. Nice work. Looks like there will be a mound visit. Will it be a pitching change? Is the question. I believe there will be. As Valdez is up to 102 pitches. He's done fantastic. Let him come out of the game. Let his fans cheer him on and bring in Montero to kind of shut this inning down before it gets started. That's what I would do at this point anyway. Looks like they're going to keep Valdez out there. It is the bottom of the order after all. He has dominated this part of the order all day. It'll be Bohm, Segura, and Vierling. The ERA for Valdez has officially dipped under 1 for the postseason. He's at a .96 ERA now. That one misses in the dirt. Ball 1 to Bohm. Nice job, Maldonado, blocking that one. Little tapper out to Pena, flipped on to first. Castellanos moves on to third. Nice job moving on there, getting in scoring or getting over to third base with less than 2 outs. And now it looks like Baker's going to go to the mound and pull Valdez. Nice work there. 6 1/3, 9 strikeouts, 104 pitches. Save those bullets in the arm. Segura is 1 for 2, so it will be Montero, I believe, coming in to face him. 7, 8, and 9 in the order due up next. Definitely stick with you guys at least through this this bottom or the top half of the 7th inning. Phillies starting to string some base hits over the last couple innings together. See if they can string some base hits over the last couple innings together. So far, no good in the last half. This is the closest they've had a runner to scoring so far in the game, though. Montero enters the game having a 2.37 ERA during the regular season. So far this postseason, a 1.42 earned run average. Segura, meanwhile, had 10 home runs during the regular season. None so far this postseason. Gotta imagine they'd love nothing more than to see him hit his first one of the postseason right now. Waiting for everything to get back underway anyway. If you guys want to ask any questions, let us know. Shoot us any questions you have about fantasy football, the NFL trade deadline. Lakers going 0-5 to start the season, being the last defeated team in the league, if you will. NHL, the defending champion Colorado Avalanche, having mixed results so far this season. The extension for their best player, Nathan McKinnon. The Stars getting off to a hot start. The Maple Leafs losing their starting goaltender Matt Murray for a month. Or the offseason for Major League Baseball. The hot stove season is just about to get underway. Should be very active offseason for baseball. Winter meetings should be very, very exciting this year. I have already requested off the entire winter meetings anyway, so I will bring you every single second of the drama that I can. Baseball loves to conduct most of its business anyway around the winter meetings timeline. We'll usually see a few free agents drop beforehand. We'll recap those for you probably the Sunday night before. And then Monday morning, we'll probably do like a short little live to kind of keep you updated on what happened. We'll probably do a couple of lives throughout the day and then do some short videos for those of you who are working and just only have a minute or two to kind of see the snippets of what's going on, the contracts, the terms that are going to be signed, the trades that are made, those kinds of things. Montero is in there and deals a strike, 95-mile-an-hour sinker anyway, right at the bottom of the zone on the outside corner, 0-1. Montero, of course, started with the Mets organization, never really found any real success there. Ended up with the Rangers, found himself as a relief pitcher there, really performed well, was traded for a couple of prospects while the Rangers were regrouping anyway. This one is lifted to left. All the way out there is Diaz, makes the catch. Castellanos is tagging and scores easily the first run of the game. Not really a chance there for Diaz to be able to throw him out, but that's now 5-1 ball game as the Phillies are now on the board. But as I was saying, the Montero anyway went to Seattle and just did not perform there at all. Ended up being designated for assignment. Went around, bounced around from a couple other destinations in between there, and ended up with the Houston Astros rebounding successfully, coming back to Texas anyway. Maybe it's just the state of Texas. Something just works better for him with the teams in Texas anyway. But he's back to being a very good option here. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter here. For Matt Vierling, it's going to be Nick Maton, left-handed hitter digging in. Get him some postseason experience. Now that the lefty Valdez is out of the game, the righty Montero is in there. They feel comfortable making that decision. A little bit surprised they're not going with Brandon Marsh here. Looks like Marsh is a little miffed as well. He's walking back or the other way in the dugout. No Phillies hat on, nothing. Looks like he had already gotten ready to come in as a pinch hitter and was told, nope, you can sit back down, buddy. Marsh, of course, coming over at the trade deadline from the Angels in a separate deal than the Noah Syndergaard deal. Strike one there right on the inside corner. 0-1, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Second pitch is well outside on a 90-mile-an-hour changeup. 1-1. Astros would just love to slam the door here. Close it out at 5-1. Tack on an insurance run just in case the Phillies thinking comeback in the next couple of innings. This one's lined right at Bregman. Nice catch there. And that's the third out of the inning. Altuve, Pena, and Alvarez will be due up for the Astros in the bottom half of the seventh. Thank you guys for joining us. We'll have a step away for our seventh inning stretch, but feel free to get a drink. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back. We are in the bottom of the seventh inning. Looks like they're going to bring in Connor Brogdon. A little bit surprising they're not trying to get more length out of Andrew Bellotti after he only threw 11 pitches to get through the bottom of the sixth inning. But it is the top of the order, so maybe you just want somebody fresh in there. Brendan Marsh is indeed in the game now, though. Maybe they just want to get an at-bat for Nick Maton. Who knows? But Marsh is in there looking a little bit hyper out there, trying to get into the game, I suppose. Trying to show Thompson he has what it takes, that he's a good teammate, blah, blah, blah. Altuve is quickly behind 0-2 here, though. Hope you guys got yourself a nice drink. Wrap up this game here. Pena waiting on deck to be followed by Alvarez. Top of the order is acting like the top of the order finally for the Astros this postseason. Tapped foul by Altuve anyway. As I mentioned, big game tomorrow, Broncos and Jaguars. Let me know if you guys think that one's a big enough game for us to go ahead and do live early in the morning. That's going to be an early start, 8:30 Central Time anyway. That's probably the biggest, most playoff implication game out there on the schedule. Very tempted to do that one with you guys live. Lashed into right field. A nice try there by Hoskins, diving to his right to try to make the play. But nope, Altuve is on yet again, 3 for 4. Now that's the Jose Altuve we've all known the entire time has been in Major League Baseball. Slashing line-to-line hitter with the occasional pop. This one is up at his shoulders. He adjusts his swing like this and still makes good, solid contact at it. Certainly couldn't have gotten that much bat speed on it if I was swinging at it, but Altuve, nice work there. Five to 1 here in the bottom of the seventh. You can see on the game day it's showing that it's all the way up at his eye level. That was more at his shoulders more than his eyes. Most multi-hit games in postseason history, Altuve. This is number 30. I can't see who's number 1 on the list. It's a Yankee, of course. Derek Jeter, I'm guessing. 58. He's got a ways to go. I don't think he'll actually end up catching him, but it's a very good 6-year run here for the Astros, making it to the ALCS in all 6 straight years. I think to solidify their run as one of the greatest teams, not just in recent memory, but in one of the greatest teams in postseason or in baseball history, would be to get another World Series out of this group of players. Now, granted, Carlos Correa isn't here anymore. George Springer isn't there anymore. They've rotated things around a little bit, but this is still pretty much the same group and still pretty much a homegrown team. Pitching staff's pretty much all homegrown guys. Dusty Baker on the top step wants to see another run scored here as Pena swings and misses at that one, and it's 1-1. That one's grounded foul. 1-2. Appreciate you guys joining us. Started the stream well before the game started anyway. Just wanted to kind of go through everything that happened in Game 1. Talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing over the next few days. As I mentioned, we're going to have our trade deadline special on Tuesday. Make sure you join us whenever you can for that. You don't have to watch the entire thing, but whenever you guys want to join us, if you ever see some breaking news across your Twitter page, make sure you follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN to stay up with the latest anyway. Looks like Altuve might be in there at second. Or are they going to say he was out? Looks like he was trying to steal a second here, looking at the replay. Oh, yep, they did get him. Nice play there by Segura, able to get the tag down. The throw took him to the wrong side of the base, but still Segura is able to get the tag on Altuve before he's able to get his foot in there. That's the second out of the inning. Astros, or first out of the inning, excuse me, as the Astros are trying to push their advantage here. 2-2 now the count to Jeremy Pena, now with nobody on. Kind of off the fists anyway, lifts it into right center. Marsh is there and makes the catch. Yordan Alvarez digging in, now with 2 away. Nice work by Brogdon, working around that leadoff base hit by Altuve. Real Muto assisting there, getting the caught stealing anyway for Altuve as well. Alvarez has been on all 3 times, a single, a walk, and he also reached on a fielder's choice. He was the unearned run back in the 3rd inning as well. Swung on and missed. Just inside off the fist seems like the place they want to go against Alvarez. Don't want to miss out over the plate. He'll hit it out of the ballpark by a mile. Home run hitting Alex Bregman, who had that 2-run shot back in the 5th to really extend the lead for the Astros, kind of put things away for that time being anyway. Waits in the on-deck circle. That one catches the top of the zone, and it's 0-2 now on Alvarez. One and 2 after that one misses. Alvarez staying alive. As we mentioned before the game, Astros have to have this game. Phillies already did their job taking 1 of 2 in this series by taking game 1. So it was their serve anyway, and they've so far done well. That one misses inside. And swing and a miss. That's the 3rd out of the inning, and we go to the top of the 8th. Astros in front 5-1. Phillies are at least on the board anyway, but it's been all Astros so far. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Astros. 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error for the Phillies. They'll have Sosa, which I imagine he'll have a pinch hit appearance there for him, followed by Schwarber and Hoskins. And yes, I know, I sounded like Joel Sherman saying Schwarber. For those of you who watch MLB Now or any of the baseball coverage on MLB Network, everybody loves hearing him say Schwarber. That thick New York accent kind of coming through. Connor Brogdon gets the job done there. 14 pitches in that frame. See if they get another inning out of him in the 8th anyway. I imagine the Phillies don't want to use too many arms out there. For those of you who are just joining us, appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button on this video. Make sure you subscribe. We will have our NFL trade deadline special for you guys on Tuesday. We will try to bring you Game 4 of the World Series on Tuesday as well. And if we get to a Game 7 in this series, we will certainly bring that to you on Saturday. We cover all 4 major sports, bring you every single big storyline, give you guys all the little short videos you guys could want. Put about 20 of them out this week of all the different storylines going on in all 4 major sports, now that all 4 of them are actually going on right now. In my opinion, it's the best time of the year, but I know a lot of people out there are March Madness fans, that kind of thing, or you like the week of the Super Bowl, you think that's the best week in sports. I'm sorry, when all 4 sports are actually having games, that's when it's best for me. And then any type of offseason, that's what I really enjoy. All the transactions, what's next for each team, how are they going to improve, the changes that they make, and then finally seeing it on the field during the season, of course. But we're just about to the MLB offseason. Aaron Judge figures to dominate almost every single baseball broadcast from now until probably a week until after he signs. I'll put it that way. But he will dominate pretty much every conversation. The other conversations that'll be next will be, is this the time the Angels finally blow it up and trade Shohei Ohtani? Do they finally look into trading Mike Trout? Is Mike Trout going to request a trade because they weren't able to make the playoffs yet again? Those are the type of storylines we can expect. Dodgers are going to be big spenders in free agency this offseason. We're going to see them go after Aaron Judge. They've already announced, well, not announced anyway, but let it be known that they are very interested in upgrading their position. They've even thought about what they're going to do if they do sign Aaron Judge, that they could move Mookie Betts to second base. Yes, Mookie Betts, all-star right fielder, prolific player, Hall of Fame right fielder, could move back to his original infield position when he was in the minors with the Red Sox to second base anyway with the Dodgers if they brought in a guy like Aaron Judge. Welcome in, Tyler, World Series predictions. Well, my predictions before the season were Blue Jays and I can't remember who I picked in the National League. But in the after the trade deadline, I predicted the Blue Jays and the Padres before the Fernando Tatis Jr. news broke. Obviously, that was going to be wrong. As we got to the postseason, I stuck with the Blue Jays anyway. I thought, well, I've already got with them this far. I'm going to stick with them anyway. Didn't work out so well. On the NL side, I was rooting for the Padres just because I had already picked them before, so I stuck by them, at least for their first series against the Mets, but I thought the Dodgers should ultimately end up taking it. Yeah, Mookie in the minor leagues with the Red Sox came up as a second baseman / outfielder. That's why the Dodgers are thinking about bringing in Aaron Judge to improve their lineup, because they were basically a four-hitter team this year. All four spots, the 1, 2, 3, 4 in their lineup, were pretty much all of their run production in every single game they played this year. And Trey Turner is very likely to move on back to the East Coast, possibly even the Philadelphia Phillies. But sounds like Mookie Betts could move to second base if they did bring in Aaron Judge. That would be one heck of a coup if Judge left the Yankees for the Dodgers. But that's kind of the 1A storyline of the offseason. The 1B, of course, is what happens in the other LA town, or the other LA team anyway, with the Angels. Do they finally say, well, we're just not good enough? We finally realize we're not good enough, so we're going to go ahead and make a move. But Bryson Stott is having a nice at-bat here against Montero. Pinch hitting here for Sosa. Fouls that one off. Still 2-2. But I do believe Shohei Ohtani will get some serious run as far as a trade candidate this offseason. A number of teams I expect to be interested, but I think there's only really 3 real suitors that I could see being a player for him. Dodgers, Padres, Yankees. Now, you could throw the Mariners in there and just say, hey, with their connections to Asian players in the past. But for my money, I think one of the 2 big teams ends up getting him, Dodgers or Yankees. Whichever one doesn't get Judge, I think immediately flips to Shohei Ohtani, because I think Judge is going to be the first domino to go of those 2. If the Ohtani domino does fall. The more interesting one, I think, if this actually happens, would be Mike Trout. He's not the same player he was, but he's still a very prolific hitter. If he gets out of the LA Angels of Anaheim anyway, I think any team would be very happy to have that bat. I don't think it would cost nearly the prospect pool it might have, say, 2-3 years ago. But it's still going to cost you probably 4 premium prospects, maybe more. But that would be a very interesting move. Maybe he goes to the hometown Phillies, takes over, in center for him. We'll see. But that's kind of the ultimate long shot of the offseason if you're paying attention to storylines. The biggest storyline as far as team is going to be the New York Mets. What are they going to end up doing this offseason? They have a number of different interesting stories already on their own roster to take care of. Most notably Jacob deGrom and Edwin Diaz. Do they re-sign both, etc.? They've got a lot of bullpen pieces that are also free agents. Center fielder Brendan Nimmo is going to need a new deal. They just doled out a lot of money this offseason to Mark Canha and Starling Marte. They've wanted to upgrade their catcher. They still need to improve their offense a little bit. They also going to have to bring in bring back a lot of their starting pitchers as well as Chris Bassett. But the Mets have a lot of questions to answer just to their own free agents. Now, Cohen, of course, spares no expense, wants to spend money on this team and try to win a championship. I get it. But there's still going to be other teams out there vying for these free agents. And as good as the New York Mets have been this past year, they're still the Mets. They aren't necessarily the Yankees in that market. It is New York. It's a difficult place to play, no matter which team you're playing for. So we'll see which way it ends up going. Up to the 11th pitch of the at-bat now for Stott, and that one misses just off the inside corner. It's now 3-2. Good take there by Stott. Good battle here. But the Mets are probably should be the most entertaining team as far as contracts that we'll see doled out. We'll see probably Edwin Diaz make $20 million a year as a closer. That's very likely to happen, I believe, especially with the teams that are expected to be in on his market. Dodgers, Giants, Rangers, Mets, all big pocketbooks expected to spend money this offseason are all looking for help at closer. As far as the rest of the starting staff there for the Mets anyway, DeGrom, the Texas Rangers I believe to be one of the most interested teams in a guy like DeGrom. They need to improve that starting staff. They have about $75 million in payroll to add just for next year, so they're going to have quite a bit of opportunity here. We'll see what they end up doing. Schwarber is coming to the box now. Stott on first base. Good work, nice job of working the count there. Schwarber is 1 for 2 with a walk in the game as well. But the Mets are going to be one of the teams you want to watch out for in the offseason. They are going to try to go after a bat as well. I don't think they're going to enter any of the shortstop discussion, so I don't think you have to worry about that. About them being a dark horse for one of these teams out there. But there's still going to be some good bats out there. Of course, there's going to be the obligatory article about them being interested in Aaron Judge. I'm not buying that for a minute. I don't think they'd be willing to spend that type of money on a hitter of that caliber and forego all of their other free agents just to bring him in. As good of a player as Aaron Judge is, he's not going to improve the Mets in the same way that the other pieces that they already have on their roster would have to be out if they did something like that. But we'll see what ends up happening there. As I mentioned, the Rangers are going to have some money to spend this offseason. They're going to add at least 2 starting pitchers. They're going to have about $75 million to add in payroll. They are going to compete for a playoff spot next year. That's an organizational prerogative. It's been for about a year and a half now. As they finally finish the rebuild process of rebuilding their farm system. They've got a bunch of good young arms that are close. They've got some decent young pieces out there. They made the acquisition of Seager and Simeon last year. John Gray, when healthy, was good last year. They have to re-sign Martin Perez, so they'll spend a little bit of money there. But I expect them to bring back Perez and still bring in 2 starters. We'll see which starters those end up being. Carlos Rodon, I think, would be a perfect fit there as well. 2-0 here on Schwarber. Oh, what a swing there. He was trying to score all 5 runs to take the lead on that one. But he missed it. 2-1 now the count on Schwarber. He was geared up for that one and just couldn't make contact. What a swing. Looks like he kind of torqued his back a little bit on that one. 2-2 here on Schwarber. After that one finds the zone right on the inside corner. Schwarber again returning to his patient style after that mighty swing. Here's the 2-2 pitch by Montero. Popped up. Maldonado back for a look, and it's out of play. It'll remain 2-2. As I mentioned, the Rangers are expected to go after a couple of starting pitchers this offseason. Rodon, I think, is going to be up there. They should re-sign Martin Perez. Seems like both player and team want that done. They also need to bring in a left fielder. They need to improve their offense. They're going to have a full year of Josh Young at third base. I would not rule them out of being in on the shortstop market as well. After bringing in 2 of the top 5 free agent shortstops on the market last year, I think they could move in or could bring in another one and push one of them out to left field as well. Nathaniel Lowe took big strides last year. Oh my. Is this a fair ball? Is this a fair ball? What a swing by Schwarber. Is this a fair ball? It is. Wow. They're calling it a fair ball. That was right down the line, an absolutely towering ball. Off the bat, I thought it was foul, and it just hugged the line all the way down. I'm curious to see if this on replay is going to be called a fair ball. That was close either way. 403 feet. All of the umpires right now are gathered, though, on the infield. We'll see what ends up happening here. They've all circled the bases already, but Schwarber's hanging around home plate just in case. Wow. I'm not sure if that's a home run or not. Is that cross on the inside or outside of the foul pole? No, they're calling it a foul ball. Okay. I was going to say, that would have made this game really interesting. Just a really long foul ball. Yeah. Wow. Take the runs off the board. That would have cut the lead in half, especially with the middle of the order coming up. I wonder if we'll still see a replay, though, or still see a review on it. As close as that is, as big of a moment as that is in this game, I imagine we will see a review on it. But originally it was ruled a home run on umpires collecting and getting together. They ruled it a foul ball. Looks like they already had the review and ruled it a foul ball. So Schwarber digging back in. Houston is very loud right now. Montero trying to hear this signal from the catcher Maldonado. Got to get back in this one. It's still a 2-2 count. This one is hit high. This one's going to be fair ball. And caught at the wall. Wow. Oh my. Schwarber missed it by about 2 feet. Tucker caught it right up against the wall. Oh my. He gave it everything he could in that at bat. You can't blame Schwarber for everything he gave in that one. That was a great effort. Just wasn't able to keep the first one fair. Second one missed it by that much. Well, the power hitting Rhys Hoskins is next anyway. 5 home runs already this postseason. Let's see if he can do what Schwarber could not and keep the ball fair. That was right up against the home run stripe in right field. Kyle Tucker made a nice play, threw it into first to keep the runner there close. In Bryson Stott. Montero stays in the game as pitcher for the Astros. Nice pitch there, but just beneath the zone. 1-0 is the count. One out here in the top of the 8th. Montero's had to throw a lot of pitches this inning. Bryson Stott made him work. Schwarber's made him work. Swung on and missed. Unable to catch up to that one is Hoskins. Gotta wonder if this is the final batter here for Montero. He's up to 26 pitches right now. Thompson wondering what could have been if that ball had stayed fair. Another one right at the bottom of the zone. This one's called a strike. That one looked to be just a hair higher. 1-2. Astros faithful all on their feet right now. Montero still struggling to hear the sign. The set by Montero and the pitch. Oh, Hoskins had some ugly swings this game, and that's another one to add to the list. Just completely guessing on what was coming. Very late, kind of poking at it with his bat, just trying to make contact to foul it off to live for another pitch, but just an ugly swing. It's multiple times he swung like that against Valdez. That one was another ugly one against Montero there. JT Realmuto 0 for 3 in the game. Due up next, hitting .250 this postseason with 3 home runs. Remember, he was the hero last night for the Phillies. Harper is on deck. Got to imagine if this inning gets to Bryce Harper, we will see a pitching change. First pitch, nice hit up the middle, and Pena unable. Wow. What the heck was that? It looked like a double play ball, but they already have 2 outs in the inning, so Altuve basically got down so Pena could make a strong throw over to first. But Pena flipped it to second, and Altuve was down, crouched, and not on second base, and so therefore the runner is easily safe there at second, and the ball got away, and so the runner advanced to third. Now the runners will be on first and third with Bryce Harper up. Altuve is actually looking at the first baseman when Pena throws him the ball. Oh my. Just miscommunication at its highest right there. Altuve glaring over at Pena. I mean, it would have been a bang-bang play there at second anyway, and a tough catch for Altuve racing towards second base with Pena trying to flip it back against or across his body with his offhand. That one misses inside to Bryce Harper, and it's 1-0. Wow. That's a big moment in this game. Montero is up to 29 or 30 pitches now. The inning should be over. The threat should be over, but instead 2 are on for Harper. A home run here makes this a 1-score game. Woo! Told you guys back in the 6th that was their last best chance. Well, here they are in the 8th. They got to get it done now. That one right at the top of the zone, but they call it inside. It looks like it was just a hair inside. Good call. Harper hitting .400 so far this postseason. 0 for 3 though today. 5 home runs this postseason. Harper digs back in. 2-0 the count to Bryce Harper. Had 18 home runs on the year during the regular season. Swung on and missed. He didn't miss that one by much, though. If he made any type of contact, that would have gone through the roof. Phillies are really trying to hit the home run right now. 2-1 now the count. Just swung underneath it. Batting helmet shaking around at the conclusion of that swing. Just a violent swing there by Harper. Might have taken his eye off the ball just a half a second, and that cost him. That one's lifted in the air to right. Will it get down? Oh, what a play. Pena, Altuve, and Tucker almost looked like they were going to collide, but Tucker kind of spins around and makes the catch on Harper. No harm done. Pena is relieved. Oh, no, it's Pena who makes the catch on that one. Going over his shoulder, makes up for the horrible flip, and that's the end of the threat. The long ball, or the long foul ball by Schwarber was just that, a long foul ball. Would have made it a 5-3 game. Just missed a home run on the very next pitch by a couple of feet. Harper gets jammed on that one and just isn't able to get the job done. But the error by Pena doesn't cost him, and it's a 5-1 ball game going to the bottom of the 8th. Phillies down to their final 3 outs. It'll be Castellanos to lead it off in the 9th for the Phillies with their final chance to squeak across some runs and get something going here against the Astros in Game 2. But it's 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Astros. 1 run, 5 hits, 1 error for the Phillies. Whew. That inning got a lot more interesting very quickly. Here I was thinking of calling it there after the Phillies were able to scratch across 1 in the 7th, and then Bottom of the order coming up in the 8th. I didn't think they'd be able to mount much of a rally. Well, they got a little bit done, but still unable to scratch across the run. Nice work there by Montero. Even with the long inning, the big pitch count, long at bats, still able to stick with it and get the job done, even with an error behind him in the field. Astros are looking good to win this one and even up the series 1 game apiece. As I mentioned, we'll be doing some videos for you guys tomorrow. We are still thinking about, I'm still deciding whether or not to do the Broncos-Jaguars game, as that's going to be the most playoff implication game on the schedule tomorrow. That'll be 8:30 start Central Time in the morning. So we'll see about that one. Depends on how early I get up for you guys. And then Monday, of course, put out a whole bunch of content for you guys. Tuesday, as I mentioned, NFL trade deadline special. Make sure you join us at some point. Follow us on Twitter and subscribe here on YouTube at the Upside Sports Network. That way you guys don't miss any of the headlines that happen to your favorite team, as the NFL's trade deadline is at 3 o'clock on Tuesday. In the nightcap, we probably will be doing Game 4 for you guys of the World Series, so make sure you join us for that. Astros here in the bottom of the 8th will have Bregman, Tucker, and Gurriel due up. Bregman so far in the game 1 for 3 with a big 2-run home run. In the 5th anyway, kind of solidified the Astros lead at that point. Stellar defense out there. A number of good line drive stops anyway on the defensive side of the ball. And great job by Bregman in today's game. Valdez, though, gets the #1 star for me, just for his ability to dominate that lineup. Did end up giving that 1 run up because of the inherited runner was allowed to score in Castellanos. Brad Hand is coming out of the Phillies bullpen. A little bit surprised they're not going to go with Brogdon and try to save some bullets. But they do have the off day on Sunday. That one finds the zone. 0-1. Stott remains in the game at short. And another one in almost the exact same spot, 0-2. Brad Hand, great closer for a very long time with the Padres. Had spent some time with the Marlins as well. Phillies hoping he can find that form at some point again. Fouled away by Bregman, remains 0-2. Presley is loosening out there for the Astros. They're not going to take any chances with this one. They want to lock it down. The 0-2 by Hand. Just off the outside corner. 1-2. Thank you guys for sticking around with us. Been live with you guys for a little under 4 hours to this point. Still waiting for them to finally decide to throw the ball here. Can't wait for pitch clocks. Sorry, baseball purists, but this ain't 1980 anymore. It's time to move the game along. Got to be able to process information quickly. The pitch by Hand, off-speed pitch, gets Bregman on a nice swing there, and swing and a miss anyway. And we have 1 away here in the bottom of the 8th. The bullpens have been fantastic so far for both teams. Astros giving up 1 run, of course, that walk-off home, or not the walk-off, but the go-ahead extra inning home run to Real Muto last night. Neither bullpen has allowed a run to score so far tonight either. Kyle Tucker in there, 0 for 2 so far with a walk in his most recent at-bat. Takes ball one, hand is set. Lefty on lefty here, the pitch. Rolled over. Nice play there by Hoskins, walks it over to first base, and there are 2 away. Yuli Gurriel due up next, 0 for 3 today, hit .242 on the year. He had a very down year offensively before finally regaining some of that offense back towards the very end of the schedule anyway for the Astros this year. That's why they brought in Trey Mancini, because of the struggles he was having offensively. Did have 8 home runs. So far this postseason, hitting .351 with 2 home runs this postseason. See if he can keep it going here in his final at-bat of the day. Presley looking on calmly from the Astros bullpen. That one finds the very top end of the strike zone as it's fouled away by Gurriel, and it's 1-1. Hand this postseason has a 7.36 earned run average this postseason. Looking to get back right. During the regular season at a 2.80 ERA. That one on the inside corner. 1-2 now. 80-mile-an-hour slider finds the zone. One more strike by hand, and it'll be Phillies due up with their final chance in the ninth. Phillies fans in attendance already have the rally caps on. This one's popped up. Into left, Schwarber is there, makes the catch, and Hand is out of it. Clean inning there for Brad Hand. Nice work there, did get the strikeout in the inning as well. To the ninth we go. It'll be Nick Castellanos, Alec Boehm, and Gene Segura for the Phillies as their final chance to scratch across some runs and extend this game. Looking for some late inning magic. Game 3, as I mentioned, will be on Monday, not tomorrow night, but on Monday on Halloween, 7 o'clock. We will not be doing that game live. Hope you guys are having fun with your families on Halloween. Maybe watching some of the World Series, listening to it on radio, but we will not be doing that game for you. We will be doing Tuesdays, hopefully anyway. Depends on their NFL draft coverage, how late that ends up going. Looks like we're going to have a defensive substitution as well for Ryan Presley coming on. So far this postseason has not given up an earned run. Has a 2.98 ERA. Has been absolutely dominant this postseason. Dubon is going into left for Ledmus Diaz. He will be playing center field. McCormick will indeed go to left defensively for the ninth. Castellanos has scored the only run of the day for the Phillies so far, hoping to get something going here in the top of the ninth. Hitting .224 this postseason, 1 for 3 on the day. Looks like we're just about to get back from commercial break. There we go. Appreciate you guys sticking with us. First pitch here to Castellanos, right on the outside corner. Nice pitch there by Presley. 0-1. This postseason has pitched 6 1/3 innings, 9 strikeouts to 2 walks. Converted all 4 of his save appearances. Or save opportunities, anyway. That one misses beneath the zone, and it's 1-1. The set by Presley, and the pitch. Right at the bottom of the zone. Great pitch there. Castellanos unable to offer at it. 1-2 now. After that one, I'm thinking you have to go fastball here if you're Presley. Castellanos unable to get the bat off the shoulder on his on that last pitch. Looked hesitant. Take advantage of that hesitancy and just attack. Castellanos, you better shorten up and be ready to defend that strike zone. That one bounces in the dirt, well in front of the plate. Not competitive pitch at all. Count goes to 2-2. Just overthrew that one by a mile. As I mentioned, Bohm will be on deck, followed by Segura. But you're going to need more than that if you're Philadelphia. The 2-2. Jams Castellanos, who fouls it back to the screen. Remains 2-2. Has a few words to say to the dugout. Maybe giving some pointers to his fellow teammates anyway about what he's seeing in the batter's box. The 2-2. Swung on and missed. Nice off speed. Gets Castellanos out in front by a mile on that one. Unable to make contact, and Presley gets the strikeout. 2 outs away. Should Houston hold on to this one, which I expect they will, but should they hold on, series would be tied 1-1 going back to Philadelphia. We will certainly see a Game 5. All Houston would have to do is win at least one game there, and then the series rotates back to Houston for Game 6. Bohm 0 for 2. Digging in here against Presley. First pitch, right on the inside corner. Bohm thought it was well inside, but that one was right there. Nice pitch by Presley, just tickling the inside corner. 0-1. The set and the pitch. Bounced in the dirt. 1-1. Of course, the Astros don't necessarily have to get back to Houston to win this series. If they win all 3 games in Philadelphia, they could win it on the road, of course. Philadelphia would love nothing more than a chance to win it at home. Ooh, nice hit there by Bohm. Lifted it all the way out to left center, off the wall, the slide, and he is in there safely. Nice piece of hitting there by Bohm. Not giving up there. Never saying die. Segura is due next. 1 out and 1 on now for Philadelphia here in the 9th. Philadelphia's made some contact here in the later innings. In the 6th, 8th, and 9th have had something going, but just haven't been able to get it really across the plate. Haven't been able to string some hits together. Presley set, and the pitch right on the outside corner to Sakura. 0-1. 1 for 2 with a sac fly. That scored Castellanos back in the 7th inning. Base hit is all you need here, though. You don't need a home run. Really would rather just get a base hit than a sacrifice, or than to record any type of an out here. Don't need to move the runner over. It's a 4-run game. You just need to get on base. 1-1 is the count here after that one misses. Popped foul by Segura, and it's 1-2. Nice work here by Presley. Still sticking with it, trying to nibble around the edges of the zone, not letting any pitch go really over the center of the plate. That one misses low and away. 2-2 now the count. Brendan Marsh looking for his first at-bat in this game anyway. After Nick Maton was brought on as a pinch hitter for Vierling earlier in the game, and then he was brought on as a defensive sub. Segura pops this one into right. Tucker settles under it and makes the catch. With it being a 4-run lead, no use in trying to push the issue with Bohm, so he just stays at second. 2 away here. Marsh digging in, hitting 167 this postseason. Does have a home run. During the regular season, hit 288 with 3 home runs in his time with the Philadelphia Phillies. That one misses well inside. Almost hit him in the back foot. Nice back foot slider there. 1-0. Unable to entice the swing by Marsh. Phillies down to their final out. This one's hit hard, but off of the glove of Gurriel. It's a fair ball. Gets past him, goes down the line. Tucker fields it, tosses it into second. Marsh makes it easily, as that throw is at least 30 feet offline from Tucker. It's 5-2, and the go-ahead run is now in the on-deck circle. Bryson Stott with the long at-bat in the last inning anyway against Montero. I don't know what Gurriel was doing there. He just closed his glove too soon, bounced off the top of it. That should go as an error. For now, they're counting it as a hit. I'm not buying that. That should easily have been an out. Hits you in the glove. You got to make the play. Sorry. In either event now, Philadelphia now within 3. The more important issue, though, is if he gets on, Kyle Schwarber, who had a fantastic at-bat last time up, is in the on-deck circle. Presley's first pitch, nice off-speed pitch, right up and in, right on the inside corner. Beautiful pitch. Great location. 0-1. These Houston pitchers have had to work around some bad defense here today. They do count that as an error. Second error of the game, anyway, by the Astros. I'm sure that will be addressed. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded to second. Altuve up with it, flips on to first. Gurriel this time is sure-handed with it. And the series is tied 1 game apiece. Great job by Franmar Valdez getting the 9 strikeouts, I believe, in this game, going through 6 1/3. Very good job by them. Phillies weren't able to string together enough hits to really remain competitive in this game, and that's the story of the game. Zach Wheeler lit right out of the gate, back-to-back doubles to lead off the game anyway for the Astros. Then gave up the 2-run home run to Bregman that pretty much sealed the fate of the Phillies in this one. But they go back to Philadelphia tied 1 game apiece. That's exactly what they wanted out of the first 2 games of the series. Great job by Philadelphia. But the Astros get back in the win column. Series is tied. It's now a 5-game series the rest of the way. Next 3 games will be in Philadelphia. Game 5 is now not an if necessary, but it will officially take place on Wednesday at 7 o'clock. On Monday is the Game 3 anyway for you guys. I will not be doing that one for you guys here on YouTube. We'll be doing, hopefully, Tuesday night's Game 4, after our NFL trade deadline coverage that we're going to be starting at 8 o'clock on Tuesday. Make sure you guys join us for that. 8 o'clock on Tuesday. We'll be doing it all day long. So if you can't join us early in the morning, make sure you tune in. We'll be posting some videos throughout the day, keeping you guys updated on what's going on around the league. Baseball season's just wrapping up. We'll try to do at least 1 more game for you guys in this World Series, and we will certainly do Game 7 if it gets that far. But thank you guys for joining us here for Game 2. Phillies unable to get anything really going in this game. Astros just finally got the bats going early on. Altuve shook off all the cobwebs that he had. Alvarez got a little hot as well. So the Astros offense finally looks to be pumping. The bullpens for both teams played very well so far in this series. So we'll see which starting staff ends up playing better in Game 3, because it seems like the bullpens have been locked down so far. But great job by both teams the Phillies being able to stick with it in Game 1. Astros leaning on them a little bit more in Game 2 and showing that they are indeed the better team, why they were considered the favorite. Now it goes to Philadelphia, where anything can happen now that the favorite is now going on the road after dropping 1 at home. We'll see which team ends up taking it. But for my money, Astros did enough tonight to solidify them as still the favorite in this series, even though they no longer have home field advantage. All they need to do, though, is win one of those games against Philadelphia in Philly. Very tough environment. We'll see if they can do it. But for my money, they reasserted themselves as the favorite in this series in my eyes. Valdez was fantastic. The bullpens, like I said, for both. But the biggest story for me is that the Astros offense finally got out of their own way, and Philadelphia just wasn't able to string enough hits together. It's what we saw during the regular season when Bryce Harper was out. Bryce Harper's back in there, did not have a good game today. Missed a couple of opportunities, so did Schwarber. Schwarber did play well, though. Came close to hitting a 2-run home run on multiple occasions in this game. But all in all, Astros did enough to get the job done. They win 5-2 over Philadelphia and tie the series 1 game apiece. 5 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Astros. I'm sure they'll like to clean up those errors before they go to Philadelphia for Game 3, which again will be on Monday, on Halloween at 7 o'clock. And of course, the Philadelphia Phillies, 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. I'm sure they would like to clean up that as well. But thank you guys for joining us. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. It really does help us out. Thank you guys for joining us and hitting that. Those of you who did subscribe, Ruth Ann, really appreciate that. And anybody else who hit that subscribe button, thank you very much. We'll see you guys probably on Tuesday at the very latest anyway, but we'll see about doing Monday's, or on, not Monday's game, but the early morning game tomorrow in London. But thank you guys again for joining us, and we'll see you guys soon.